should all be hopefully good from here on out. All right, we're just gonna wait for it to come up on the phone here, and hopefully that's that. I don't know why this shit's like. I don't know why the hell that shit's jumping to 60 like that, but or jumping above 60, but I just need to give it a minute. I'm gonna just give it a minute to catch up, load up, or whatever it is it's sitting there doing. I don't know what's up with yeah, that looks good. I see nice smooth movement. I see it. I see it. Can I come on? I wish it didn't like have this issue where yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, wait, why did that die for a second? Huh? What happened? Connection was closed unexpectedly. What do you mean is oh, don't tell me. No way. All right, I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened there, but that's just put this stuff back, right? We should just connect this back, no issue, right? I am gonna have to like refix my camera now because had to pull it out to check and see what it was tripping about. What it was tripping about. Okay. That looks good, I guess. And look, that's fine. At this point, I don't care no more. At this point, I don't care no more. As long as the videos look good, I guess, right? Then that's that. Okay. I'm tired. I'm actually really tired. That drained me so much to get it to just be fixed again. I don't know why. I don't know why I was doing that. I really don't. Can I? I wonder if I can turn off. Can I turn off the preview? You think that'll help some? You think turning off the preview in OBS will help a little bit so that it's not tripping? Let me hit reset on this real quick and see. Um, yeah, because frames is still I don't know. It's still having an issue with the rendering frames due to rendering lag. But as long as the actual stream is okay, we don't care. Because as far as the stream's concerned, the stream looks really good. I'm just gonna get my my chat windows back up, and then we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. So let me put the all right. So just give me a second. All right, I already deleted all of the VODs, so we don't have to worry about that no more. This is why this is probably why I took a break because I was just so tired. I was so tired. Brev, like seriously, I was just so tired. Shit was annoying. We would have been like halfway through our stuff by now. We really would have. Gavino, I really do appreciate your support too, because you popped up while we were struggle streaming. So thank you. But all right. We can breathe now. At long last, we're here. Um okay, what am I gonna do? Um, I guess the I guess we'll do the religion thing first. Yeah, we'll do the religion thing first. Um, they look like it's stabilizing at long last. Give me like 1 minute. I'm gonna just make a quick change on the AC, and then we're going to get started. Give me one of these to cheer myself up, right? Because I'm trying not to cave into my temptations here. So let me just get this, perk myself up, and pull myself up together here. Okay. 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 I keep telling myself that until my brain actually starts functioning again. Oh yeah, I forgot this. I hit my chat window over here, and put you over here. Cool, right? Then I just need to. Oh yeah. So now that we've confirmed that the stream's good, close that. Close all of these, and yeah, I guess we'll get our phone up and running here. This window even, yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, of course. Of course. You know, first I thought, at first I thought it crashed on me. Because why wouldn't an application do that? Plug this back in now, right? Cool. We're starting the DAX. All right. Yes. I wanted to open up my industry. Oh God, they're crying. Of course. I'm gonna do 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 minutes. I was gonna do an hour, but we're gonna do 30 minutes. We're gonna move on. So I'm gonna listen to the Book of Enoch. Oh yeah, look, see. I was worried that because I left my my headphones on for I don't know how long, they were completely dead and I was gonna be holed. But those errors took so long that our headphones were fully charged now. So now we can now we can do this without an issue. So let me make sure that the sound works first, you know. Okay. Both ears work. We'll do the religion. Make a quick beat. And then we'll get on to our beautiful topics here. So let's start now with the Book of Enoch. Oh, my bad. 1 second. I was wondering, I was like, hold on, why is it doing that? And then Lord and behold. Okay, where the hell's the thing as? Brev, I'm about to say. Like you're trying to hold me right now. Way back. And here we go. Okay.
The Book of Enoch, Section 1, Chapter 1. The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the chosen and just, who will exist on the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and impious shall be removed. And then answered and spoke Enoch, a just man, whose eyes were opened by God, so that he saw a holy vision in the heavens, which the angels showed to me, and from them I heard everything, and I knew what I saw. But not for this generation, but for the far-off generations which are to come. Concerning the chosen, I spoke and conversed concerning them with the Holy and Great One, who will come from his abode, the God of the world. And from there he will step on to Mount Sinai, and appear with his hosts, and appear in the strength of his power from heaven. And all will fear, and the watchers will tremble, and great fear and terror will seize them to the ends of the earth. And the exalted mountains will be shaken, and the high hills will be lowered, and will melt like wax before the flame. And the earth will be submerged, and everything that is on the earth will be destroyed, and there will be a judgment upon everything, and upon all the just. But to the just he will give peace, and will protect the chosen, and mercy will abide over them, and they will all be gods, and will be prosperous and blessed, and the light of God will shine for them. And behold, he comes with myriads of the holy to pass judgment upon them, and will destroy the impious, and will call to account all flesh for everything the sinners and the impious have done and committed against him. Chapter 2. I observed everything that took place in the heavens, how the luminaries which are in the heavens do not depart from their paths, that each one rises and sets in order, each in its time, and they do not depart from their laws. See the earth and observe the things that are done on it, from the first to the last, how no work of God is irregular in appearing. See the summer and the winter, how then the whole earth is full of water, and clouds and dew, and rain rest over it. Chapter 3. I observed and saw how then all the trees appeared as if withered, and all their leaves are shaken off, except 14 trees, whose leaves are not shaken off, but which abide with the old from 2 to 3 years, till the new come. Chapter 4. And again I observed the days of summer, how the sun is then above it, opposite to it, but ye seek cool and shady places on account of the heat of the sun. And the earth also burns with fervent heat, but ye cannot step on the earth, or on a rock because of their heat. Chapter 5. I observed how the trees cover themselves with the green of the leaves and bear fruit. But observe ye all this, and learn how he who lives forever has made all these for you, how his works are before him in every year that comes, and all his works serve him and are not changed. But as God has ordained, so everything takes place. And see how the seas and the rivers together accomplish their work. But ye have not persevered, and have not done the commandment of the Lord, but have transgressed, and have slandered his greatness with high and hard words from your unclean mouths. Ye hard-hearted, ye will have no peace, and therefore ye will curse your days, and the years of your lives perish. The everlasting curse will increase, and ye will receive no mercy. On that day ye will give away your peace for an everlasting curse to all the just, and they will ever curse you as sinners, you together with the sinners. But for the chosen there will be light and joy and peace, and they will inherit the earth. But for you, the impious, there will be a curse, and then also wisdom will be given to the chosen, and they will all live and not continue to sin, neither through wickedness nor through pride. But they in whom there is wisdom will be humble without continuing to sin. And they will not be punished all the days of their lives, and will not die through plagues or judgments of wrath, but the number of the days of their lives will be completed, and their lives will become old in peace, and the years of their joy will be many in everlasting happiness and peace for all the days of their lives. Section 2, Chapter 6. And it came to pass, after the children of men had increased in those days, beautiful and comely daughters were born to them. And the angels, the sons of the heavens, saw and lusted after them, and said one to another, Behold, we will choose for ourselves wives from among the children of men, and will beget for ourselves children. And Semyaza, who was their leader, said to them, I fear that perhaps ye will not be willing to do this deed, and I alone shall suffer for this great sin. Then all answered him and said, We all will swear an oath, and bind ourselves mutually by a curse, that we will not give up this plan, but will make this plan a deed. Then they all swore together, and bound themselves mutually by a curse, and together they were 200. And they descended on Ardis, which is the summit of Mount Hermon, and they called it Mount Hermon because they had sworn on it and bound themselves mutually by a curse. And these are the names of their leaders: Semyaza, who was their leader, Urakebaramael, Akabiel, Tamiel, Ramuel, Daniel.
You know, what I kind of find really interesting about like this story on the Book of Enoch is it kind of puts it in perspective. I don't know this quite yet, but it kind of puts it into perspective regarding the Noah's flood, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully we find out more about that later in this story, or maybe, you know, we come across it as we are doing this this research. But from what I have kind of heard is that the reason for Noah's flood was, I mean, besides like the wickedness that was going on and whatnot, you know, God being upset with the state of things essentially, but it was also because of this, because so what's essentially happening is that the angels are like, you have this group of angels that are coming down to earth to basically fornicate with the humans, which is forbidden because obviously the offspring are not going to be like regular offspring, and I think they end up being giants, if I'm not mistaken. So and I think what I read was that this took place before Noah's flood, and this is why Noah's flood took place, was because of this situation here where there was just giants roaming around, because you had all these angels that were sitting there messing with the, you know, having children with humans. So yeah, let's continue.
Ezekiel, Saraquajal, Aziel, Armers, Betrael, Anani, Zekebe, Samasviel, Sartiel, Turiel, Jomjael, Arizal. These are the leaders of the 200 angels, and the others all were with them. Chapter 7. And they took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one, And they began to go into them, and mixed with them, and taught them charms and conjurations, and made them acquainted with the cutting of roots and woods. And they became pregnant, and brought forth great giants whose stature was 3,000 ells. These devoured all the acquisitions of mankind, till men were unable to sustain themselves. And the giants turned themselves against mankind in order to devour them. And they began to sin against the birds and the beasts, and against the creeping things and the fish, and devoured their flesh among themselves, and drank the blood thereof. Then the earth complained of the unjust ones. Chapter 8. And Azazel taught mankind to make swords and knives and shields and...
Oh yeah, and then there was also then there's this angel that that started teaching humans how to how to wage war and stuff. So that also led to basically humanity kind of getting hoed by this group of angels that came down. So it's a really interesting story. Let me go ahead and continue.
Coats of mail, and taught them to see what was behind them, and their works of art, bracelets and ornaments, and the usage of rouge, and the beautifying of the eyebrows, and the dearest and choicest stones, and all coloring substances, and the metals of the earth. And there was great wickedness, and much fornication, and they sinned, and all their ways were corrupt. Amezerach taught all the conjurers and root cutters, Armoros, the loosening of conjurations, Barak-al, the astrologers, Kokabel, the signs, and Temael taught astrology, and Azradale taught the course of the moon. And in the destruction of mankind they cried aloud, and their voices reached heaven. Chapter 9. Then Michael and Gabriel and Surjan and Urjan looked down from heaven and saw the great amount of blood which had been spilled on the earth, and all the wickedness had been committed over the earth. And they said to one another, The emptied earth re-echoes the sound of their cries up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, O ye holy ones of heaven, cry the souls of men, saying, Secure us judgment before the Most High. And they spoke to their Lord, to the King, O Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings. The throne of thy majesty is among all the generations of the world, and thy name, holy and glorious, among all the generations of the world. Thou art blessed and praised. Thou hast made all things, and all power is with thee. All things are open before thee and uncovered, and thou seest all things, and nothing can hide itself from thee. See then what Azazel has done, how he has taught all wickedness on the earth, and has revealed the secrets of the world which were prepared in the heavens. And Semyaza, to whom thou hast given the power to be chief of his associates, has made known conjurations. And they have gone together to the daughters of men, and had slept with them, with those women, and have defiled themselves, and have revealed to them these sins. And the women have brought forth giants, and thereby the whole earth has been filled with blood and wickedness. And now, behold, the souls which have died cry and lament to the gates of heaven, and their groans ascend, and they are not able to escape from the wickedness which is committed on earth. And thou knowest everything before it comes to pass, and thou knowest this and their circumstances, and yet thou dost not speak to us. What shall we therefore do in regard to this? Chapter 10. Then the Most High, the Great and Holy One, spoke and sent Arsaladir to the son of Lamech, and said to him, Tell him in my name, hide thyself, and reveal to him the end which is to come. For the whole earth will be destroyed, and the water of the deluge is about to come over the whole earth, and what is upon it will be destroyed. And now instruct him, that he may escape and his seed remain on the whole earth. And again the Lord spoke to Raphael, Bind Azazel hand and foot, and put him in the darkness, make an opening in the desert which is Dudael, and put him there, and lay upon him rough and pointed rocks, and cover him with darkness, that he may remain there forever, and cover his face, that he may not see the light. And on the great day of judgment he will be cast into the fire, and heal the earth, which the angels have defiled, and announce the healing of the earth, that I will heal it, and that not all the sons of men shall be destroyed through the mystery of all the things which the watchers have spoken, and have taught their sons. And the whole earth was defiled through the example of the deeds of Azazel. To him ascribe all the sins. And God said to Gabriel, Go against the bastards, and those cast off against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of fornication, and the children of the watchers from among men. Lead them out, and let them loose, that they may destroy each other by murder. For their days shall not be long, and they will all supplicate thee, but their fathers will secure nothing for them, although they expect an everlasting life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And God said to Michael, Announce to Semyaza and to the others who are with him, who have bound themselves to women, to be destroyed with them in all their contamination, when all their sons shall have slain one another, and they shall have seen the destruction of their beloved ones. Bind them under the hills of the earth for 70 generations, till the day of their judgment and of their end, till the last judgment has been passed for all eternity. And in those days they will be led to the abyss of fire, in torture and in prison. They will be locked for all eternity. And then he will burn and be destroyed. They will be burned together from now on to the end of all generations.
I just wanted to say, bro, it be like God be messing people up, man. You do what you ain't supposed to do. Or I think the way it goes is that you had those who sin against humanity, and then those who sin against God. And God especially doesn't like it when you sin against God, obviously, right? And so like he be messing people up, man. It's like something terrible. Burn for all generations to come. Just
And destroy all souls of lust and the children of the watchers, because they have oppressed mankind. Destroy all oppression from the face of the earth, and all wicked deeds shall cease. And the plant of justice and righteousness shall appear, and deeds will become a blessing. Justice and righteousness will be planted in joy forever. Then all the just will bend the knee, and they will remain alive till they beget 1,000 children, and they will complete all the days of their youth and their Sabbath in peace. And in those days the whole earth will be worked in justice, and all will be planted with trees, and will be full of blessings. And all the trees of desire will be planted on it, and vines will be planted on it. The vine planted on it will bear fruit in abundance, and of all the seed sown on it, 1 measure will bear 10,000, and 1 measure of olives will make 10 presses of oil. And cleanse thou the earth of all oppression, and all injustice, and all sin, and all wickedness, and all uncleanness, which are produced on the earth. Eradicate them from the earth. And all the children of men shall become just, and all the nations shall worship me as God, and bless, and all will worship me. And the earth will be cleansed of all corruption, and all sin, and all punishment, and all torment. And I will never again send a flood upon it from generation to generation to eternity. Chapter 11. And in those days I will open the storerooms of blessings, which are in heaven, in order to bring them down upon the earth, upon the deeds and labor of the children of men. Peace and rectitude will become associates in all the days of the world, and in all the generations of the world. Section 3, Chapter 12. And previous to all these things, Enoch was hidden, and not one of the children of men knew where he was hidden, and where he was, and what had become of him. And all his deeds were with the holy ones, and with the watchers in his days. And I, Enoch, was praising the great Lord, and the King of the world. And behold, the watchers called to me, Enoch the scribe, and said to me, Enoch, thou scribe of justice, go, announce to the watchers of heaven, who have left the high heaven and the holy, eternal place, and have contaminated themselves with women, and have done as the children of men do, and have taken to themselves wives, and are contaminated in great contamination upon the earth. But upon earth they shall have no peace, nor forgiveness of sin, for they will not enjoy their children. They will see the murder of their beloved ones, and they will lament over the destruction of their children, and will petition to eternity, but mercy and peace will not be unto them. Chapter 13. And Enoch, departing, said to Azazel, Thou wilt have no peace, a great condemnation has come upon thee, and he will bind thee, and alleviation and intercession and mercy will not be unto thee, because thou hast taught oppression, and because of all the deeds of abuse, oppression, and sin, which thou hast showed to the children of men. And then going, I spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, fear and trembling seized them. And they asked me to write a memorial petition for them, that they thereby might attain forgiveness, and to carry their memorial petition before God into heaven. For they could not, from now on, speak with him, nor could they raise their eyes towards heaven from shame on account of their sins for which they were being punished. Then I wrote this memorial petition, and prayed with reference to their souls, and for each of their deeds, and for that which they had asked of me, that they thereby might obtain forgiveness and patience. And going, I sat down near the waters of Dan in Dan, which is to the right of the evening side of Hermon, and read their memorial petition till I fell asleep. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell upon me, and I saw the vision of chastisement, to show to the sons of heaven, and to upbraid them. And having become awake, I went to them, and they were all sitting assembled, lamenting at Ublegiel, which is between the Lebanon and the Senesaer, with their faces covered. And I related before them all the visions that I had seen in my sleep, and commenced to speak those words of justice, and to upbraid the watchmen of heaven. Chapter 14. This writing is the word of justice, and the admonition of the watchers, who are from eternity, as the Holy and Great One commanded it in this vision. I saw in my sleep what I now will relate with a tongue of flesh, and with my breath, which the Great One has given to the mouth of men, that they might converse with it and understand it in their hearts. As he has created and given to men the power to understand the word of knowledge, thus also he has created me and given me the power to upbraid the watchers, the sons of heaven. I have written your petition, and in my vision it appeared to me thus, that your petition will not be granted in all the days of the world, and that judgment has been passed over you, and nothing will be granted unto you. And from now on ye will not ascend into heaven to all eternity, and upon earth it has been decreed, they shall bind you for all the days of the world. But before this ye will have seen the destruction of your beloved children, and ye will not be able to possess them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. Your petition for them will not be granted unto you, nor the one for yourselves. And while ye are weeping and praying, ye cannot speak a single word from the writing which I have written. And the vision appeared to me thus: Behold, clouds in the vision invited me, and a fog invited me. And the course of the stars and lightning drove and pressed me. And the winds in the vision gave me wings and drove me. And they lifted me up into heaven, and I went till I approached near a wall which was built of crystals, and a tongue of fire surrounded it, and it began to cause me to fear. And I went into the tongue of fire and approached near to a large house, which was built of crystals, and the walls of this house were like a floor inlaid with crystals, and the groundwork was of crystals. The ceiling was like the course of the stars, and of the lightning, and cherubim of fire were between them, and their heaven was water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its doors burned with fire. And I went into this house, and it was hot like fire and cold like ice. And there was nothing pleasant, and no life in it. Fear covered me, and trembling seized me. And as I was shaking and trembling, I fell down on my face and saw in a vision. And behold, there was a second house, larger than the other, all whose doors stood open before me, and it was built with a tongue of fire. And in all things it excelled in grandeur and magnificence and size, so that I cannot describe to you its magnificence and its size. Its floor was fire, and above it was lightning and the course of the stars, and its ceiling was also a flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a high throne. Its appearance was like the hoarfrost, and its circuit was like a shining sun, and voices of the cherubim. And from under the great throne came streams of flaming fire, and it was impossible to look at. And he who is great in majesty sat thereon. His garment shone more brilliantly than the sun, and was whiter than any hail. None of the angels were able to enter, nor any flesh to look upon the form of the face of the majestic and honored one. Fire of flaming fire was around him, and a great fire stood before him, and none of those who were around him could approach him. 10,000 times 10,000 were before him, but he required not any holy counsel. And the holy ones who were near him did not leave day or night, nor did they depart from him. And I had so long a veil upon my face, and I trembled. And the Lord called me with his own voice, and said to me, Come hither, Enoch, and to my holy word. And he caused me to arise, and I went to the door, but I bent my face downwards. Chapter 15. And he answered and spoke to me with his word, Hear, and fear not, Enoch, thou just man and scribe of justice. Approach hither, and hear my words. And go, say to the watchers of heaven who have sent thee, that thou shouldst petition for them. Ye should petition for men, and not men for you. Why have ye left the high, holy, and everlasting heaven, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughter of men, and taken wives unto yourselves, and acted like the children of earth, and begotten giants as sons? While ye were spiritual, holy, having eternal life, ye defiled yourselves with women, and with the blood of flesh have begotten children, and have lusted after the blood of men, and have produced flesh and blood, as they produce who die and are destroyed. Therefore I have given them wives, that they might impregnate them, and children be born by them, as it is done on earth. Ye were formerly spiritual, living an eternal life without death to all the generations of the world. Therefore I have not made for you any wives, for spiritual beings have their home in heaven. And now the giants, who have been begotten from body and flesh, will be called evil spirits on earth, and their dwelling places will be upon the earth. Evil spirits proceed from their bodies, because they are created from above, their beginning and first basis being from the holy watchers. They will be evil spirits upon the earth, and will be called evil spirits. But the spirits of heaven have their dwelling places in heaven, and the spirits of the earth, who were born on the earth, have their dwelling places on earth. And the spirits of the giants, who cast themselves upon the clouds, will be destroyed and fall, and will battle and cause destruction on the earth, and do evil. They will take no kind of food, nor will they become thirsty, and they will be invisible. And these spirits will not rise up against the children of men and against the women, because they have proceeded from them in the days of murder and destruction. Chapter 16. And of the death of the giants, when the spirits have proceeded from their bodies, their flesh shall decay without judgment. Thus they shall be destroyed till that day, when the great judgment over all the great world shall be completed over the watchers and the impious. And now to the watchers who have sent thee, that thou shouldst petition for them who were formerly in heaven, say, Ye have been in heaven, and though the secrets were not yet revealed to you, still ye knew illegitimate mysteries, and these ye have, in the hardness of your hearts, related to the women. And through these mysteries women and men increase wickedness over the earth. Tell them, therefore, ye have no peace. Section 4. Chapter 17. And they took me to a place where there were images like flaming fire, and when they wished they appeared like men. And he led me to the place of the whirlwind, and on a hill, the point of whose summit reached to heaven, and I saw shining places, and the thunder at the ends thereof, in the depths thereof a bow of fire, and arrows, and their quiver, and a sword of fire, and all lightning. And they took me to the so-called water of life, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire, whose fire flows like water, and is emptied into a great sea which is towards the west. And I saw all the great rivers, and came to a great darkness, and went where all flesh wanders. And I saw the mountains of the black clouds of winter, and the place whither all the waters of the deep flow. And I saw the mouths of all the rivers of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. Chapter 18. And I saw the repositories of all the winds, and I saw how he had ornamented all the creation, and the foundations of the earth with them. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth, and I saw the four winds which support the earth, and the firmament of the heavens. And I saw how the winds expand the heights of the heavens, and they remain between heaven and earth, and they are...
Hey, trying to remember that name. XNV. Te Wahido time. Te Wahido time. What is this? Let me see here real quick. Hold on. I wonder what do you mean by this? Te Wahido time. What is Te Wahido? It's my hold on, where's my little thingamabob at here? Oh, of course, because I have it over here. What is Te Wahido? Ah, yes, yep. And actually, I'm glad you actually said something, because I only wanted to give it 30 minutes, but I was really I don't even know what the word, like, captured by the story. The Book of Enoch is a very, very interesting story. So like this part that we're at, chapter 17. So if I'm not mistaken, they are now going through each of the different heavens. It's like Is there, how many heavens was it? I think there's 7 or 5. I don't remember. A church that canonizes the book of Enoch. Ah, that's who those are. Orthodox Tewahedo. Ah, okay. Let me look and see here. Verse the 2 Oriental Orthodox Christian churches with shared beliefs, liturgy, and history. The Orthodox Tewahedo biblical canon is common to both churches, as is Orthodox Tewahedo music. The Ethiopian Orthodox, these people here, that people there, is a, okay, so Tewahedo, Tawahedo? I think that's probably how you pronounce it. Tawahedo is a Gez word, meaning being made one or unified. This word refers to Oriental Orthodox belief in the one composite unified nature of Christ, i.e., a belief that a complete natural union of the divine and human natures into one is self-evident in order to accomplish the divine salvation of humankind. This position is known as Miaphysitism and is in contrast to the two natures of Christ's belief, unmixed but unseparated divine and human natures, called the hypostatic union, which is held by the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church. Also, also relevant for fans of the Diablo series. Really? The Diablo series. I'm trying to think, because I can interpret that in many different ways there. Let me just see, because we're talking about the actual, like Diablo game? I have to be careful with my assumptions here, because isn't Diablo like the Spanish word for like devil, right? Mythology. Diablo lore is particularly inspired by Judeo-Christian ideas. Yeah, right. I think Hebrew scripture. Yeah, obviously Spanish for devil. Yeah, that's I was thinking there. Is that what that's what you're referring to the Diablo game? Does the Diablo game have some lore that uses Enoch stuff in it? I was only doing 30 minutes of the religion stuff today, also, by the way, because we spent the last like 2 hours prior to this fixing our setup here. Our setup is like on borderline trash, but this was definitely good. But we got that up and running now, so now we can actually move on to the next thing, which, let me save I don't have to worry about this here. Close that. Let me save this. Let me just go ahead and let's see. So all that's good there, and yeah, everything looks good. Then when I come back to this, we'll be able to get that going. But let me save this. Cool. Because now we are going to move on to the next big part of today's stream. Where's my folder? So now we're getting ready to move on to our Charlie Kirk section here. So what we're about to do. Okay. So I kind of like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is he's on like the Republican side, right leaning, stuff like that. I don't know that much about him, but like the clips and stuff I saw, I kind of liked it. I'm kind of like in between with him right now, but there was a video I saw where he was getting grilled by some interviewer. They kept talking about his involvement on January 6th, and it kind of blew my mind, because I was like, hold on, like Charlie Kirk had something to do with January 6th, like some kind of involvement? No way. And like Charlie Kirk really didn't like what that interviewer was sitting there implying or bringing up, and so he then kept on bringing up how like the interviewer, I guess, was arrested or something at January 6th. But my understanding is that the interviewer didn't actually commit any wrongdoing. He was just like wrapped up like with everybody else. Like I've had it happen to me, where like if you just happen to be in an area with a group, the police don't know which one you are, so you will be apprehended first, and then they're like, oh, okay, like you won't, you're good, and then they just let you go. Which is what my understanding was with that interviewer. I could be wrong. It's not like I dug into like his stuff there, but anyway. with regards to Charlie Kirk, I'm interested in finding out what exactly his involvement is, because it will make some significant changes to how I kind of perceive him, more or less. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to pull that up. What I actually did find, I just never gotten around to reading it, was the transcript. So Charlie Kirk has been questioned by what's it called? By Congress, by like one of the investigative bodies. So I actually did grab the transcript of that, because I said we don't want to make any assumptions and we don't want to get any misrepresentations. I think it'd be best if we just actually look exactly at the questions that they're asking him, what his responses are, and then we can kind of make our decision, our interpretations from there. Hold on, I'm trying to, now let me go ahead and pull it up. I just got to remember what section here. I threw it in resources, stream research, January 6th. Ah, yeah, see, I have it right up here. Bam. Let me pull her up. Come on. Yeah. And what'd you say? Also part of the storyline plays on versions in dispute in the Book of Enoch, such as the origin of Nephilim. I have speech therapy coming up in the near future, so my ability to actually talk will hopefully greatly improve. So do forgive me, but let's I'm doing this the hard way. Let me go like this, and then I can kind of zoom you up. I still gotta adjust this, but all right, let's do that. Can I? No, I guess like that. Okay, cool. We'll do that there. I am now going to actually adjust let me adjust my thing over here. Cool. So we got that. So my chat, at least on the vertical thing, is up. And yeah, that's actually really cool. I really like video games that do that. You actually make me I'm pretty sure I have a copy of one of the Diablo games somewhere. And stuff like that makes me want to actually play them, or spend the time playing them, because I always love like the lore and the stories that they bring into the games. Because I think God of War with like Norse mythology, although God of War is kind of like a little bit on that heavy side. I'm trying to think what other games have I done. Your pronunciation is way off. It's actually pronounced, Jesus Christ, fuck, you messing with me. But now we have to actually pull it up. Bro, did I not just have, here we go, bam. Let me do it. Yeah. T-Y-D-O. Now I have to do it. Dio. I see.
Dewahido.
What? That's, oh my God, I was definitely way off.
Dewahido.
Dewahido. Damn. Wow, you're right. I was incredibly off. I said, what did I say? Tewahido. Dewahido. How do you even, God, I hate the English language sometimes. Dewahido. Okay. Well, okay. I'm going to move on before my brain cells begin to fry here. Okay. January 6th. Here's my actual assumption of what Charlie Kirk. I'm hoping, because I kind of held up in a somewhat positive light, more or less, right? Just besides the typical maybe position here or there I don't like or whatever, but overall just like somewhat positive. What I think may have happened is that Charlie Kirk was probably smoking that he was probably smoking that Trump Kool-Aid, or drinking that Trump Kool-Aid like pretty heavy. So I'm hoping that he just did some stuff that like don't necessarily implicate him, like bring him, like puts him in as like maybe a player that was probably like doing some stuff or supporting some people, but that wasn't actually doing some of the hard stuff that like Trump and his people were doing, that were clearly trying to circumvent democracy. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna read this deposition. It's 28 pages. I don't expect it to take too long per se, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Because I'm gonna tell you now, when you're questioned, look, especially if you're innocent. If you're innocent and you get questioned, you never say anything at all. You always exercise your rights to remain silent, plead the fifth or whatever, right? Your lawyers, you do all that stuff. Whether you're innocent or not, right? Always do that, because you never know, right? You don't want to unknowingly walk into something else that would have never been the case. Because at the end of the day, remember, burdens on the prosecution or the people that's coming after you in order to actually prove you have like any real involvement in a particular crime or whatever, right? So why make that job easy for them? With that being said, let's go ahead and let's get started. Can't really blame English for these. All right. Now let's see what we got here. All right, so the deposition above matter. So yes, I believe he was called in and he was questioned. So let's see, and it's Charlie Kirk. At first I thought I wasn't looking at the right person because it said Charles Kirk, right? Which I understand, Charles, right? But you never want to make those assumptions. And then I believe I found out because I think he's like the CEO of Standing Point, Some Point, or something like that. Off topic, but pretty spectacular. Sure, let's actually pull it up. I'm always game for distractions. I'm looking at stuff. Let's see what this is. Let's go back. Ammunition depot at Kamini Village, at village of someplace district of this other place was blown up in a drone strike. Oh, it's gonna actually give us a map of this place too? No? Because I have no idea what. Oh, they just have photos. Okay. Before I just watch this, I just want to know, like, where is this? Where is this at? If I search, will it? Federal. Ooh, this is in Russia? Oh, really? Oh, okay. So we're talking about someplace in Russia. Can I get a map? 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 Okay, hold on. Come on, bastards. Map. I think I just do ain't it map.google, right? Map.google.com. Map.google.com, and I see that I don't like that Edge did that, but it's all right. Let me just make sure. Okay, let's see what I have here. I just want to see where this is physically located. I'm also upset that it pulled up my Edge, but it's all right. I see. So right here, where's I was about to say Ukraine. Crimea. Here go the Odessa. Isn't Crimea like somewhere over here? We gotta start like studying geography. I can't be this stupid. I have got to stop being this stupid. This doesn't work. What's with these names too? The Donetsk. That's a nice looking photo. I doubt it looks like that now, but okay. Well, this looks like if I was to look for Crimea, wouldn't. Okay, I gotta give a quick search to Crimea real quick. Crimea. Where's Crimea? Crimea Peninsula. I love that. Okay, I love that Are you gonna show? Okay, I was right. Okay, so what we are talking like over here. Okay, I wanted to make sure. Why no name? Why no name? Jesus Christ. But okay. Anyway, getting back to it. All right, so we're talking about roughly over here. That's actually a pretty decent that's actually a pretty decent search. Jesus. Let me look and see here. Hold on. Okay, I thought I was getting something important. It's actually a pretty decent Brev. I know you like stop it. Yeah, that's a pretty decent job, right? Because don't Russia still like have all of this shut down over here? I think they still have like all of this like still cut. So we started shooting right here. Wonder why they haven't blown up the bridges yet, but okay. All right. Well, we know we're okay. So now we have an idea what we're looking at. All right. Now let's actually pull it back.
Не, уйди. Даша, смотри. На дорогу, Даша. Смотри на дорогу. Да я вижу дорогу. Даша, смотри на дорогу.
At first, I thought it was fake, just the way the explosion looked like. But that's just because it's just like how the video's moving.
Даша, смотри.
No.
На дорогу, Даша. Смотри на дорогу. Да я вижу дорогу.
Am I sure? Hold on. Oh, I think it's just because of the reflection off of the window. It's got to be because of. Okay. Okay, it looks like it's just because of the reflection off the window why it looks like that. Yeah. That's just why it looked at hella fake for a second. No, that's definitely okay. Yeah, that's good. That's real. Sheesh.
Окна целые у нас?
Да. Уезжай. Это уже снаряды. Это сейчас все пойдет. Может, сейчас направо, но прям поедем. Я знаю дороги.
Нет. Поедем. Все нормально.
See, boy, people don't understand like how nice it is to be in the U.S. Because I tell you, right? You don't. When war and stuff is kicking off, could you just imagine you just like in an area where just at any point in time, or just a grenade or a rocket could just fly over your head? Like that's just terrible. Like people don't understand how good they got it here in the U.S., man. Because you ain't got to deal with any of that. You just driving and all of a sudden, just like a whole area just get blown up. That's a pretty big explosion too. Yeah, that's like massive. Sheesh. Yeah. Especially for an ammunition depot too, because like one of the things I kind of always worry about with stuff like that too is the reason why you can't shoot, like if you have like a handgun or something. I've actually if I recall correctly, I think it's like on one of those unfortunate way to die like videos or something, where like somebody at some really far distance was like shooting a gun in the air, I think for like New Year's or something like that, right? And they were shooting a gun and one of the bullets traveled I don't know how far and then ended up like going through like a window or something and actually killing somebody. That'd be the kind of things that like that kind of scare me, like when a like an ammo depot explodes like that, is that I'd be worried about like the actual bullets that could be discharged, especially in a military ammo depot, right? Because you're not talking about just any kind of you ain't talking about like the regular ammunition that most people had, that you know most guns have, right? You're talking about the stuff that people can't necessarily probably can't get their hands on, like maybe some like really serious deadly bullets. But with that being said, let's all right, let's go back. Thank you for sharing. It's interesting to see that Ukrainians are continuing to give the Russians that work. That for sure. Man. Russia is a really massive piece of land though. All right, let's get back. All right. Get into it. We're on the record. This is a deposition conducted by the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. At this time, I will ask the witness to state and spell your name for the record. And this is Charlie Kirk. All right, this is where he's being sworn. Do you solemnly declare being sworn? He says he will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Let's see here. Okay, they're going through more of the typical initial stuff here. Good morning, and still more introductions of stuff. Okay. Okay, the deposition under House deposition rules, neither committee members nor staff may discuss the substance of your testimony today unless and until the committee approves the release of the testimony. Okay. So Charlie Kirk, him and his attorney, you have opportunity to review the transcript before we begin. I touch on a few ground rules. The first is we have an official reporter who's going to be transcribing the record of this deposition. We also are recording the WebEx feed, but the reporter's transcription is going to be the official record of the proceeding. Hold on, there's a WebEx feed? Let's see. Well, there's a good chance that that's a U.S. supplied weapon. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, it could be. It could be that. It could be from, what is it? It was in the UK. Wasn't Britain also supplying the Ukrainians? Wasn't that what that meeting was? Because wasn't the meeting Biden was having with Ukraine? I think Britain was involved too, right? To talk about the terms of like what exactly they can do with U.S. or Western supplied weapons with regards to Russian territory. Yeah, so like it could more or less be a U.S. supply weapon, but if that Twitter statement, which I mean we have no way of knowing, it could have been a drone strike, could have been a missile strike. I don't know if we're supplying drones though. I know if we're supplying missiles. I don't know if we're supplying drones. They do have a drone factory over there in Ukraine. So we'll see. But I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with them with the U.S. authorizing them to use missiles, as long as, again, you're going for the specific military targets. I don't see a necessary issue with that. Probably like actual legitimate military targets, and I mean there's caveats to that because you can argue bridges or supply lines and stuff like that. But like the Ukrainians could probably use their own stuff for that, but you could probably use our stuff for the legitimate actual targets like ammo depots and whatnot. But we'll see. Hopefully, I haven't kept up with what came out of that meeting. All I remember hearing is that they were waiting for clarification from the Ukrainians, but outside of that, that was about it. So, oh goody, and now my my monitor had cut off for a brief moment. Let me put that back and bring this back over here. Okay, cool. I'm going to spend only 2 minutes looking for this alleged WebEx feed. If I could have a video of it, that'd be even better. WebEx feed, Charlie Kirk, Jan 6 testimony. Once pushed a secular worldview, now he pleads the fifth when asked. Transcribed interview. Let me see. No, I think it's still the same document, right? No video? No video? PDF details. No video? I'll just... Would have been nice. Sure would have been nice. Once speaks at 2024 Republican National Convention. Let me hit video real quick and see. Everything we learned from the recent release. And okay, so I don't think this is accessible. So I think all we do have is just this document. All right, well, let's continue. And for that reason, it's important not to talk over each other. Yep, some more procedural stuff. The reporter cannot note any nonverbal responses. Blah, blah, blah. If you have to spell something that we don't know, sorry, I might ask you to spell something. Blah, blah, blah. Best of your recollection. If I'm not clear, I'll rephrase it. You may refuse to answer a question only to preserve a privilege that is recognized by the select committee. If you refuse to answer a question that's based on a privilege, we can do a couple of things. One is we can proceed with the deposition and come back to that question later, or we can seek a ruling from the chairman of the select committee on the objection. Under the House rules, if the chairman overrules your objection, you would be required to answer. Interesting. Finally, I remind you, as we do all witnesses, that it is unlawful to deliberately provide false information to Congress, and doing so could result in criminal penalties. What I'm kind of interested in this is pleading the fifth. I doubt the committee can overrule that per se. However, I do know that application of the Fifth Amendment doesn't apply in all circumstances, right? It applies if you, I could be totally wrong in this, right? Because I'm not a lawyer now, and we will more than likely look it up probably shortly. But when it comes to pleading the fifth, right? You plead the fifth when you don't want to answer a question where the answer you give could potentially incriminate you for a particular crime, and you don't want to get that get that kind of smoke. But you can't use it if what you're being asked can't implicate you. It's really weird, the caveats to it, because the best way I can explain it is like, think of if you were a witness to like a bank robbery, right? You was in the bank and you was there and you saw the guy that went through, he robbed the bank and everything, right? And you was called to testify. You wouldn't be able to plead the fifth. You shouldn't be able to plead the fifth because you had no involvement and nothing to do with it. You're not being investigated for it. You're not being charged with a crime for it. So your Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate yourself is not supposed to apply. So therefore you wouldn't do it. So I guess if you're being asked something where it's not immediately understood how you can incriminate yourself based on whatever answer you give, your Fifth Amendment right wouldn't work. But to me, it's a bit strange because like if they ask you a question and they have no knowledge of your involvement, but the question, if you want to answer truthfully, could start like painting the picture of your involvement, then maybe you could plead the fifth, but then they'd be really confused. And I don't know, it's like really weird. That's most certainly a lawyer / look up on the internet question. But let's continue. So this is interesting. Okay, so this is that first rule. Let's see. Wait, one is we can proceed. Wait, finally I remind you as we unlawful. Wait, so why did they say we could do a couple of things and they only talk about just one thing that they can do? Okay. Okay. All right, let's go. Okay. Now, I'd like to begin the deposition by outlining a little bit of the background information of your interactions with the Select Committee, blah, blah, blah. The Select Committee's investigative staff contacted you in October 2021. So this was, like what? Like 9 months? Yeah, this is about 9 months, roughly. Yeah, 9 months. This is like 9 months after January 6th. Between October 21 and March 2022, through your counsel, you voluntarily turned over more than 8,000 pages of documents that were associated with you and Turning Point entities. These were largely email communications among Turning Point employees about arranging bus transportation to and from the January 6th Ellipse rally in March 2022. Okay, so he was sending people. Okay. Yeah, here we go. This is how I made sure this was actually Charlie Kirk, right? Because they're talking about Turning Point, and this person, Charles Kirk, is the CEO. So like, and as we know, Charlie Kirk is, the CEO person of Turning Point. So that's how I knew that this was the same person. With that being said, let's go ahead and continue. So he was busing people. This I recall hearing about. So let's see. So in March 2022, your counsel informed the Select Committee that you would not voluntarily sit for an interview, and for that reason, the Select Committee issued a subpoena to compel your testimony and ensure the completion of your document production. Ooh, so they didn't want him to sit in, but they compelled him, so he was subpoenaed. Okay. Now, I'll say that your counsel has informed us, Mr. Kirk, that you will be refusing to answer any questions today pursuant to the Fifth Amendment. Is that correct as a general matter? Yes. Now, be as it may, we are hoping once you hear some of our questions that you would choose to answer. These questions are Within the scope of our investigation, we hope that you consider whether you will actually answer the questions. Okay. So, I'm gonna wait till we start seeing the kind of questions before I sit here and make the statement. But already it's not sounding too good, because if just off the rip, it's gonna be like pleading the Fifth Amendment to any and all questions, which I mean, I'm not gonna knock you for it, but I'm just saying, I think Donald Trump said it himself. Donald Trump did say it himself, right? That the only people that plead the Fifth, and I'm gonna let him finish that statement from before, right? As a matter of fact, let's see if we can I even pull it up real quick? It shouldn't take me more than like a minute, right? Donald Trump, what? Plead Fifth statement. Let's see. Repeatedly, 5 times Donald Trump has bashed pleading the Fifth. Oh, here we go, right? 55 seconds.
When you have your staff taking the Fifth Amendment, taking the Fifth so they're not prosecuted, when you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the Fifth, I think it's disgraceful. Fifth Amendment. The mob takes the Fifth. If you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment? Fifth Amendment. Horrible. Horrible. He pleaded the Fifth, and that was the end. We never heard about him again. This is like Watergate, only it's worse. Because here, our foreign enemies were in a position to hack our most sensitive national security secrets.
Hey there, I'm Chris Hayes from MSNBC. Thanks for...
And I just remember this because I remember, like, when he was being questioned for something, wow, 400 times. 400 times is crazy. But with that being said, so look, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep up, but let's see what the questions are, and we'll go after that. Like I said, I hold Charlie Kirk on a little bit more of the positive light side. So maybe, like I said, it was just some Kool-Aid, some Trump Kool-Aid he was drinking, and he just got himself wrapped up. And like anybody should, right? You shouldn't answer any questions, period. So, right, there go my disclaimer. So let's see. Let's see. Be it as it may, if you have a privileged assertion such as the Fifth Amendment, you must assert it for the record in response to the questions as appropriate. I also note that the Fifth Amendment provides a witness the ability to refuse to answer a question if they have a reasonable belief that a truthful answer could be used against them in a criminal prosecution, not simply because the witness would prefer not to answer questions. So this is what I was saying about the whole bank robbery thing, right? Like if you're, like I say, if you witness a crime and you're being asked and you're being told that you have to testify, you can't use the Fifth Amendment unless somehow, some way you wanna basically put it on a record that your answer to this question could implicate you criminally. So that's my understanding of it. We might still have to look it up a little bit after this, but let's see. So, Mr. Kirk, do you understand that? On advice of counsel, I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment right not to testify and decline to answer the question. Okay, so this might be them being nice because, well, if I was the person that asked the question, I would have immediately brought that to the chairman because, like, look, like you like some of these questions, you are most certainly that have nothing to do directly with your implication. You most certainly need to answer. Like, I need you to understand what I just said about invoking your Fifth Amendment because I hope because like I said, right, it can't apply for stuff that you wouldn't reasonably believe could incriminate you. But I mean, you know, that's just my opinion. We'll see. Now, before I move on to substantial questions, I take the liberty of outlining some of the procedural history and blah, blah, blah. But Josh or Jeff, if there's anything you want to add, thank you, blah, blah, blah. The background in terms of Mr. Kirk's turning point cooperation with the Select Committee has been memorialized, in a number of writings and letters, and including the letter Y. Okay, there. Okay, and a number of writings and letters, including the letter of March 16, 2022, blah, blah, blah. Record states as such. That's fine. But I'll tell you a few exhibits. Those are numbered. Okay, the exhibits Or is there anything else? Okay, Mr. Kirk, how old are you? Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know you could invoke your Fifth Amendment right for generalized questions like this. See what I mean? We most certainly gonna have to look it up because, and this just could be because the committee just don't want to sit there and have the fight on it. Or maybe you really can invoke your Fifth Amendment right to sit there and just stonewall absolutely everything. Okay, so we will read some of these questions. In what state do you reside? I live in currently Scottsdale, Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. Wait, so how can he? Wait, this is what I'm talking about. I'm confused. How are you answering? How you can't answer how old you are, but you could answer what state you live in? Well, okay, sure. What is your highest level of education? That's incriminating, so I can't answer. Mr. Kirk, you are a founder and executive director of an entity called Turning Point USA, correct? This would be public information. I don't know why you can't answer that, but okay. And you're also the founder of an entity called Turning Point Action, correct? Fifth Amendment right. It's incriminating. I'll tell you that if you would like to shorten your response to invoke the Fifth Amendment right to something that is not as wordy as to save some time, I'm fine with that, and we'll understand that you mean the full statement that you have made. So you can move forward by simply saying I invoke the Fifth Amendment. If that makes sense that way, we will not treat that response differently than what you're given. I do have some exhibits to share now. Exhibit 1. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. You can see the documents on the screen. Yes, I can. So, Mr. Kirk, this is a copy of the subpoena that was issued to you by the Select Committee. As I mentioned before, we issued the subpoena in response to your decision to decline a voluntary interview. You can see here that the subpoena called for the production documents and testified for your deposition. I'm going to go forward here towards the end of this document. It has what we refer to here as a document schedule. You can see here on the schedule a command to you to produce certain documents and communications in possession and covering roughly 4 categories. I'm sorry, more than 4 categories, but specifically to the January 6 rallies and events leading up to it. And we're already on what page? Okay, so we're on page 9. So see, we're kind of blowing through this, so this isn't going to take too long, like roughly 30 minutes. Let's see. As I mentioned before, your counsel produced several thousand documents in response to the request that were outlined in the schedule. This is identical to the voluntary document request that was made last fall. We noted in the production there were no text messages included, and your counsel has conveyed to us that you do not have any text messages from the relevant period in possession. Is that correct? Fifth Amendment right. When did you delete those text messages? Fifth Amendment right. We also noted that there are no messages from alternative messaging applications from these places. Mr. Kirk, did you use any such messaging applications to communicate about subjects that are outlined in subpoena? Fifth Amendment right. Oh, yeah, that would be incriminating. Mr. Kirk, I can represent to you these are text messages produced by a woman named Amy Creamer. And the document suggests that these are text messages between Mrs. Creamer and the user that she had saved on her phone as Charlie Kirk. And you can see here, December 21st, 2020, Amy sends a message that says, "Hey, Charlie, can you speak at the March for Trump rally on Jan 6 in DC? Then 2 days after that, please give me a call. Thanks." Mr. Kirk, did you speak with Ms. Creamer about speaking at the January 6 event of invoking my Fifth Amendment right? Was he actually physically there? Actually, yes, he was. He was there. I remember seeing a video where he was actually physically there, I believe. I think it was like on a monument or something. I think, right? We'd have to like double check to make sure, but I'm pretty sure he was there. But okay. Well now, how could you get away with this? Well, I mean, they have the text messages. What application did they use? It depends on what application you use, but like, because you can always grab the metadata from the text message to find out. Well, I mean, plus the person could probably just pull it up real quick to see like what number it was text, and then you can, whatever cell phone company, and then get the identity of that phone number, right? And then of course, then if it's Charlie Kirk, then yeah, they kind of got the only way he could get around that, I think, would be like if you deleted the text messages prior to the subpoena, then maybe, right? I think like if you heard that, well, right, because he could have been texting all this stuff, right? And then the moment the people broke into the Capitol, he was like, oh, hold on, this is turned into something completely different, and then started cleaning himself of everything, right? It'd be before the subpoena and stuff, so like there'd be no problem with that, I think, right? That's not what I'm suggesting too. Don't take that as any type of advice there, all right? But I mean, you shouldn't involve yourself in those kind of things anyway. But let's continue. So let's see here. Do you recall the first time you were asked to participate in the events on January 6th? Fifth Amendment right. Going to show you now Exhibit 3. These text messages are produced by Caroline Wren. Do you know Miss Wren? Fifth Amendment right. She represented to us that these are communications with you. You can see here that the contact is saved on her phone as Charlie with an image that appears to be you. Okay, and I'll just read what they should have did is they should have also included like the phone number too. Like if they include the phone number, which I mean I'm sure they already have, but it just would have been another extra one of those like things, right? Because just because some obviously like this isn't necessarily definitive unless you have the phone number. You got to have the phone number. You got to be able to validate that that was the phone number being text. So then it also depends on the application too. If it was regular text message or through WhatsApp or whatever, right? But that phone number, you can get the phone number that it was actually texting, right? Then it's too easy to get then identify it from that point forward. FBI does it all the time. At about 12:25 p.m., Miss Wren texts you, do you know Julie Francelli? And she explains who this woman is, that she's given money to President Trump. She says, Miss Wren says she's going to come Thursday through Sunday for SAS and ask for wire transfer info because she's interested in donating money to your entity. Following non-communist Twitch streamer. Hey, hold on. Let me put my thing up so I can actually pull you up there. Hey, Shoveling Ashes. Hey, what's going on? We are we're reading the transcript for Charlie Kirk's I guess subpoenaed interview with the January 6th committee about January 6th, obviously. But yes, we're not funded. We're not funded by Russia. So let's see what we find out about this. I personally, as of now, still, even with this information that we've gone over so far, I have Charlie Kirk a little bit more in a positive light, but I don't know, right? I don't know like to what extent his involvement is. So far, we know that he was busing people. He was busing people to the January 6th event based off of the information in this transcript. So we'll see. But thank you for stopping by. We're about halfway through the document, roughly, give or take, almost halfway. So it hopefully shouldn't take us necessarily too much longer, unless we hit something juicy that we got to look up. But he's invoking his Fifth Amendment right, which we talked about before, right? That, you know, Fifth Amendment right, that's used to keep yourself from incriminating, from giving an incriminating answer, right? But you're not supposed to be able to use it when being asked questions that shouldn't possibly be able to incriminate you based off of whatever answer you could possibly give them. Like, what's your age? How old are you? Where do you live? Well, I mean, where do you live? Maybe, I guess. I mean, Charlie Kirk is APAC employee, so of course he was. It's actually kind of interesting. Well, that's that Jewish organization, right? I'm trying to remember. Like, I've been away for a bit, so I mean that's that Jewish organization, right? I would have thought it would have been more the billionaires, blah 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 blah. In the video section, that's why. Yes, that's that Jewish group. Okay, I was right. Connecting my dots here. I would have thought he would have been more towards, I don't know. After the whole Tim Pool thing, I would have grouped him with everybody else and would have just said that I'm sure they got Russian money from somewhere. But yeah. All right, let's go ahead. Let us continue here. So let's see. Let's see. we'll go back. So summing point, right? Fifth Amendment right. Student Action Summit in December 2020 was held in Palm Beach, Florida. Fifth Amendment right. Did you meet Miss Francelli or Miss Wren at the 2020 SAS? Fifth Amendment right. Now you see here in this message, Miss Wren writes, if you meet with her, meaning Miss Francelli, for 5 minutes at some point, she would do a minimum. I'm sorry, let me back up. I was going to tell her to send you $50,000 today. And then if you meet with her for 5 minutes at some point, she would do a minimum of $250,000 guaranteed. Hold up. Who is this lady? We got to find out now. Mrs. Wren. Hold on. Let's see. Let me see. Hold on. Who is this lady? Do you know Julie Francelli? We need to look this lady up. That's a lot of money to sit there and hey, I'll give you $50,000 now. And then if I meet you, or if you meet me in person so we can discuss some, illicit activity, I'll give you $250,000. That's kind of crazy. Julie Francelli. Who is this? Is Julie Jenkins Francelli is an American Harris? I don't even know what that is. And conservative political donor, excuse me. She's in Harris. How do you I gotta look this up real quick. How the hell do you even pronounce that? Harris? Harris. Okay, I guess I was right. Like Kamala Harris. Okay, Harris. Okay. Yeah, AIPAC, the American Israel. I gotta just click here, right? AIPAC equals the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. All of U.S. politicians have AIPAC advisors. It's just money laundering scheme where all politicians get free Israeli citizenship and they send money there and get paid. You should see the Congress reaction when USS Liberty happened. Truly eye-opening. Oh, is that the one where like Israel like accidentally accidentally like attacked one of the ships, one of our like our military vessels or something? I think that's what that was, if I recall correctly. Let me find out who this lady is real quick. She is a Harris of the Publix supermarket fortune and a member of America's 39th richest family. Good gracious. Francelli's organization efforts and donations played a decisive role in the January 6th Stop the Steal rally at the Ellipse that preceded the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Early life, business endeavors, political contributions, Republican National Committee, blah, blah, blah. Francelli donated $250,000 to the Trump campaign during the 2020 election cycle. Ultimately donated more than nearly $1 million to a joint account serving the Trump presidential campaign. Gave $1,000 to a candidate for mayor, blah, blah, blah. Association donated $150,000 to the nonprofit arm, blah, blah, blah. Working in association with Alex Jones. Okay, so she's one of these people. Donated $300,000 to Women for America First to organize a Stop the Steal rally in D.C. for January 6th. Who was reportedly a regular listener of Jones' show. Oh my God. It's amazing how all these people were just like connected, bruv. Like, my God, Jesus Christ, bro. And it's amazing how much money funnels around these people, bruv. Good Lord. Accidentally, it was supposed to be a false flag where the boat was meant to be sunk with no survivors to get U.S. into war with Egypt and its allies. Interesting. We will have to put this on our list because I have heard about. Well, I've heard about the that whole Israeli thing at some point, and we got to put it on a list to look up. But we'll definitely give it some time at some point for sure. It'll be on my mental list of notes for sure. The event itself featured Donald Trump, blah blah blah. Described donate $200,000 to Tea Party Express, which used money for advertisements. Washington Post, blah blah blah. Okay, private life, family ranked in Forbes. Yep, and okay, so she sounds like she's just like one of those typical like right on our Republican side. Those people with a lot of money that just listen to the wrong people. Because if you was listening to Alex Jones, I already put you in a particular bucket list or bucket, excuse me, for people. Can I link you a good video about it? For sure, please do. And we might when we're taking a break, we might even actually even play it too. For sure. Thank you so much, Shoveling Ashes. So now let's go back with this baby here. So, okay, so this is where this money is coming from this lady here. So, invoking more Fifth Amendment right, we can see here on page 2, Charlie Kirk user sends to Miss Wren wiring instructions for turning point action. Because of course, you know, Mies wants this money, so why would I not, you know, turns this down, right? That's why Tin Pool and all those other people getting, you know, happily taking that Russian money. Oh, cool. And let me click this here so I can.
The guitar sounded like this straight out.
Let me. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, I like the I love the thumbnail already. How long is this? 41 minutes. I see. I will add this. Come here. Yep. Save to our stream looks here, so that way we can most certainly save this for later. Thank you so much, Shoveling Ashes. We really do appreciate it. Let's see. Did your friends? Where was I? Oh yeah. Wire instructions, Fifth Amendment right. Did your friend give us money? 3 days later, Mr. Russell, I'm actually sitting with her now. Of course. Are you doing all sort of effort to bring folks out to DC for January 6th protests? Call me if you can. She's ready to invest. In response, you write, nothing for Jan 6, can call soon. Mr. Kirk, why at this point was Turning Point not involved in planning efforts for January 6th? Interesting. Okay, so this is positive stuff right here. This is positive stuff so far. Like I said, I'm going to be unbiased on this. Fifth Amendment right. You scroll down to Exhibit 4. Mr. One shares with you a contact card in the iMessage. Okay, so these iMessages, so they most certainly have the phone number that she was texting. And at any point, they could have subpoenaed, like, whatever phone company to validate that this was him. In my mind. Let's see. Contact you write back, called her, no response. Called you back and she writes back, went to voicemail. Writes to you, can you send me a quick paragraph to describe what you would spend the 1.5 million on? I'm going to suggest 1.25 to Turning Point Action and 250K to Turning Point USA. What happened between this date that you went from doing nothing in response to being involved in planning your support for January 6th? Fifth Amendment, don't want to incriminate myself. And I should have gone here to page 5 to clarify that because you write back an investment of $1.25 million for TPA will allow us to deploy social media influencers to Washington, D.C. on January 6th to produce high-quality capturing video content that will educate millions about the significance of January 6th, mobilize students to fight against voter fraud, as well as expand this the President's America First goals and objectives. So is it fair to say, Mr. Kirk, that you only decided to be involved in support January 6th once it's clear that she was going to provide you money? Yes. And so this is why I invoke my Fifth Amendment right, because I don't want to incriminate myself. Okay. Ms. Wren writes, POTUS is now speaking on January 6th, so you need, let me put this back over here. Why don't you have ad block? And ad block, does ad block even work on YouTube? I'm gonna have to give that a try and see. I didn't know. I thought ad block didn't work on YouTube. We'll check it and see. That'd be really cool. If it does, we will give that a shot. Don't I have ad block on? I think I have it on Chrome and not Edge. I think I need to install it on Edge. We'll see. We will see. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, then we will be installing ad block soon. uBlock works. Oh wait, so not ad block, uBlock. Okay. We'll keep an eye out for uBlock for sure, and we will install that. And in fact, Ghostery works on Twitch. Word. Okay, hold on. Now I have to stop and actually look this stuff up, right? So uBlock. Let me use uBlock. uBlock Edge Store. Allows me to get this. uBlock, and then you said Ghostery. That's pretty cool. Okay, cool. It's installed, and now I want to look for where's the search thing on this stuff here, man. Search all add-ons. Ghostery. Privacy ad block. Yes, let's add this. And cool. Enable Ghostery to get started. Enable Ghostery. Yes. Setup successful. Ghostery is all set to stop trackers in their tracks and protect your privacy while browsing. Allegedly. Pin it here. Pin it here. I'm not going to pin it, but I am going to click it though. Where is it? Ghostery. Ad blocking. Cool. Okay. Well, we have that now. Now we're going to get it. Thank you very much, Shoveling Ashes. Let's see. So, Fifth Amendment right, page 5. On December 28th in the morning, Mr. Wren writes, POTUS is now speaking on January 6th, so we need this to be a very legit operation and crowd building. I'm not comfortable with these organizations. Can we set up TP USA involvement? Also, I think you need to speak. And Spencer wrote back, who told you he is speaking? Right, it's the White House. We had to move the location, have been dealing with Secret Service all day, moving the permits into our name, and you right back. Let's see. You might need to refresh some streams on Twitch from time to time, but it blocks the ads. Okay, good to know. That's really cool. I didn't think they had something on the Twitch side, so that'll be awesome. Let's see. And you are back. I find it hard to believe that he will speak. First, did Ms. Wren ever tell you who from the White House conveyed to her that the president would be speaking on January 6th? Fifth Amendment right. Why did you find it hard to believe the president was going to speak? Fifth Amendment right. Now I'll just give you the synopsis here of the following parts of the text message exchange. You can see here on December 28th in the afternoon, there's a discussion about the details that go into sending the wire transfer to Turning Point Action, because Val's needs that money for sure. Ms. Wren then confirms that someone you got contacted by named Marianne Parsons is someone who works for Miss Francelli as an accountant, and goes on to talk about the details of how the wire transfers would be effective to Turning Point Action, Turning Point USA. On page 8, Miss Wren sends you a budget. You can see there's an image here, Turning Point Action budget. We can't see the details on this, but we do know that in response you wrote, I can't live by that budget. It's 6 days away. Mr. Kirk, do you recall what about this budget was problematic from you? Fifth Amendment right. Why did you just decide not to speak at the January 6th event? Fifth Amendment right. I thought he was at the January 6th event though. Hold on. Now we gotta pull this up real quick. Let's see. I could have swore wasn't he talking to someone? He wasn't speaking with obviously any of the people. I thought he had his own thing on the side, or maybe it was at a completely different location. Let me see. Charlie Kirk speech, January 6th. Curl. Watch Charlie Kirk speak at the 2024. What was that video I saw? You know something? Trump's font. We found out that UC border. Turning Point USA. Kirk's full speech at. Okay, no. So actually, I don't think he was actually there. I think what it was. Conservative activist speaks at winner take all case against Trump 6. Okay. You know what I'm getting them confused with? I'm getting them confused with oh god, what's the guy's name? It's the other guy. It's the what you call it? The white supremacist Holocaust guy. Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes was there. I don't know why I guess they have the same jaws. I don't know. Jesus Christ. That's right. I got him mixed up with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes was definitely there. This I remember. Okay, so Charlie Kirk wasn't actually physically there, but he was busting the people. Okay. See, this is why we're reading the transcript. We're going to pull up to make sure. So that's what. If you want, let's see. If you want to go into the deep, I got things for Android phones. Oh, Jesus Christ. And if you want better YouTube experience, you should check out Sponsor Block extension on YouTube. Basically, it skips all sponsors, and you can configure it to skip intros and other nonsense. Jesus Christ. That is actually kind of deep there. How the hell does that even work? Is a crowdsource let me see. Skip sponsors, subscription begging, and more on YouTube videos. Report sponsors on videos you watch to save others time. Oh, okay. That's pretty freaking cool. I usually just press, the forward arrow just a couple of times. Or I actually just probably use that point to maybe just walk in, take a bathroom break or something. But no, this is really cool. I might actually even install this for sure. Matter of fact, let me sponsor block. I like this. Saves this. Oh yeah, because I'm using Firefox. That is why. Pull you up here. Let me go here. All right. Well, we might actually consider it. I don't want to install too many things, but actually, yeah, I will leave it in my research thing because I'll have to look it up. That's really cool. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. Nick Fuentes Nick Fuentes is also a Fed. He was funneling people into the Capitol building and didn't get arrested. He was literally just making his followers get arrested. That's actually a unique story, I will say. Especially if he was actually feted. What's that other guy? Do you remember the name of the other guy that people were swearing up and down was a Fed? Alex Jones and all of them were saying that he was a Fed. That was sitting there by the barrier before it got knocked down, where he was telling people to protest or whatever stuff. Then the barrier gets knocked down or whatever, and then the conspiracy was that he was giving orders or something like that. I can't remember the guy's name, but that's interesting. I'm pretty sure that was hashed out pretty well though from all the stuff that I was seeing. And so I know that particular guy wasn't a Fed, but Nick Fuentes being a Fed, it sure is interesting. Let's see. Mr. Kirk, did you have concerns over potential unrest or violence on January 6th, Fifth Amendment? In response, after you say you're not speaking at the event, Ms. Wren says, please call Marianne with the prayer hands emoji. Then you write back, I did, and said no response. Then in subsequent days, you ask Ms. Wren, check Telegram, please. On January 4th, you write, no answer from Julie. Did anyone ask you to reconsider your decision to not speak at the event? Fifth Amendment right. I'm going to pull you back over here. Fifth Amendment right. Did you recall Marina blah 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 to hearing that you were not going to speak at the event? Fifth Amendment right. Now you can see there on January 3rd you wrote to Miss Wren, check Telegram please. Why did you tell Miss Wren to check Telegram? Fifth Amendment right. Did you use Telegram to communicate about the rally? Fifth Amendment right. Now, as I indicated earlier at the start of the deposition, Mr. Kirk, there were no messages, text messages, messaging application documents that were produced. And so our assumption is that because your attorneys have certified compliance with the subpoena, that you do not have any Telegram communications in your possession. Is that correct? Fifth Amendment right. Move on to Exhibit 4. I got hacked YouTube app on my Android phone. It has ad block, sponsor block, background play, that overlap play, basically almost all premium features. Also, it's open source, so it's not a virus. Definitely do share that. I will definitely would be willing to give that a look. I'd have to, of course, I'd sit there and I'd look through it a little bit. As far as the sourcing, if you can provide the official sourcing would be awesome. Second page includes a budget and trip plan, and you can see here the very top line of this exhibit. I can zoom in. I think it includes a line item here for turning point action 1 million. Okay, so they're going to budget stuff, and it gives an explanation that didn't mean to click it. I can tell you generally tracks the text messages that you sent to Miss Wen when she asked you for an explanation of how you would spend the money. So did Miss Wen discuss with you that she would include the explanation that you gave her in a budget and trip proposal for Miss Francelli, Fifth Amendment right. Now, if you recall, the original discussion with Miss Run on a text message was for 1.25 million, and this budget is for 1 million. Do you know why the amount in the budget is less than the amount originally discussed in the text messages? Fifth Amendment right. I'll show you Exhibit 5. Exhibit 5 is a Gmail email thread that shows a brief email thread between Caroline Wren, Justin Caporal, who's an event planner with event strategies, and you, Charlie Kirk. You can see here, blah, blah, blah. Miss Wren writes to Caporal and asks, please send Charlie the invoice and expense breakdown for the $250,000, close to $250,000 payment needed for the Jan 6 build out. The invoice should be made to Turning Point Action. In response, you wrote yes, and then Justin writes back, thank you, Charlie. Can you send me the league on any name so he can create a client profile? And then he'll send a full invoice and also explains additional costs that would be associated because of the floor covering required by NPS, which is the National Park Service. Turning Point Action. Ms. Wren provides additional information, blah, blah, blah. Correct. This was a payment associated with the production of January 6th rally, Fifth Amendment right. Were you able through Turning Point to provide these funds because of the donations from Ms. Francelli, Fifth Amendment right. We can take a look at Exhibit 6. Exhibit 6 is an email. The original email started at this date from this person to the Kremers, Amy Kremer and Kylie Jane. I was going to say Jennings. Jesus. Jane Kremer. I'll link you to GitHub page because it'll always have the official website link. If you search this name online, they will have a ton of SEO poison websites on top of the real one. Thank you very much. I shall click it. Look at this. Continuing the legacy of Vance. Revance. Continuing the legacy of Vance. Backed bots assisting Revance applications to use Revance on Android. Let me look at this manager. Classes to be merged with Revance. Patches for Revance. Collections. Revance patcher used to patch Android applications. The API website for Revance. Here we go. This is probably what I want to look at. The official Revance website. Install dependencies with npm install. Start a development server by running. Oh, okay. No, I get what that is. I see. Bam. Continuing the legacy of Revance. Customize your mode experience to Revance by applying patches to your applications. Oh, I see what they do here. Oh, is that what it does? I see. Can I get some? Patch your favorite applications. Change the package name, enable packagings. I get it. So maybe it's not a standalone application. It just patches the YouTube app, which is also that'll also be really, really cool. Patches, right? And then if I search YouTube, as option to show the dislike count on videos using the return YouTube dislike API. That's cute. That is very cute. Can I go back here and see? You can patch. Let's see. On top, there's the link reference app. You can patch multiple different applications. Yeah. That's like, yeah. See, I went straight to it because I understood, probably like how it was working. Playback speed. Customize playback speeds. Remember the last playback speed. Speed selector. Remember video quality. Mini player. And if patching target adds options to use modern mini players theme. Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely give this a look for sure. This is cool because this probably has like a bunch of other stuff that are probably super convenient that I will most certainly look at. Thank you for most certainly sharing. We will also add this to our research tab here to look at later for sure. And let me just click on that too, because I'll probably need that. But then we'll go through the website too when we get a chance, right? We'll just get through from here. So let me unclutter my bookmarks here. Yeah, I'll just download it straight from here. Cool. All right. But for YouTube with non-rooted phone, you need to download the APK from some other site. Okay, I'll I think I have a phone that's rooted, maybe. I'm gonna double check. This is why I keep a spare Android phone. Custom ROMs, baby. Custom ROMs. All right, let's get back to it. We can take a look at Exhibit 6. Exhibit 6 is an email. Original emails, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then there is a forward. We understand that this is forwarded to you, blah, blah, saying she wants to review the budget. You saying event production costs are getting high due to Secret Service and Park Service requirements. And she asks if you're comfortable with the budget as laid out below in the email. You can see this includes the 411,000 event strategies, 50,000 for Blue Bonnet fundraising, blah blah blah. And then you can see another 250 for turning point action, busing and event promotion, then 250 for turning point action with nothing associated with it, not designated. Did this track with the cost that you were predicting around this time? Fifth Amendment, right? You can also see January 3rd, Ms. Ryan gives you a budget update and also says attach an invoice for Blue Bonnet, and then also says for True Media, blah, blah. You can see the explanation of that is 60,000, blah, blah, blah. Did you agree to pay 60,000 in speaking fees for Donald Trump? Jeez, man. Man. Talk about the type of like money, the money faucets that be all around these people, man. Give me $60,000 to talk. I'm invoking Fifth Amendment right here, Exhibit 7. I mean, I have Graphene OS. I just downloaded the YouTube APK from the APK Mirror. Honestly, I'm fine giving some Russian Trojan money just because the money isn't going to Google. I'm not too familiar with that particular OS, but I think I have heard of it. I've always thought about using like a super custom ROM. I usually like just getting the ones that take like the manufacturer ROM and then they root it. But like a full-fledged OS ROM, I don't think I've ever given one of those a try. Or maybe I have one like a really old phone. It's been so long. Let's see. Invoking Fifth Amendment rights, 60,000. Another email thread. Oh, we're already on 18. We got 10 more pages to go. See? This one provides blah, blah, blah. Jerry 600 writes to this person. I need to send $250,000 to Charlie Kirk ASAP. Her response, person's response, is this turning point action where you gave the 1 million last week? I think so. It is for busing in more people. Call him. Do you have his number? Jesus Christ. And then this is then forwarded from Miss Parsons to people who are associated with LJ Management, blah, 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 with an explanation that she should be a $250,000 wiring to 20 point in addition to the 1 million wire that had been sent out the previous week. Good Lord. Honestly, just use Graphene OS. It's the best. If you want Google Play Store, you can have it, but it's Sandbox. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll definitely look it up for sure. In fact, can I just copy here? Where's my? I put it up in Firefox this time. And just okay. Let's see. Accountant. Subject line confidential, and there's an Excel attachment to it. You write, hi, Maria, please see attachment. With recent legal costs incurred, the total comes to almost $1 million thus far. And the attachment there is a spreadsheet. I can tell you that you can see from the blank, we call these Bates stamps in the bottom right corner. The document says CPA, that's Bates stamped that way, blah, blah, blah. Our understanding is that the redaction, the black lines have been conveyed to us were not costs associated with January 6th. So we're left to understand that these things that are shown are costs that were associated with January 6th rally. And you can see here that these columns have the date, the type of payment, blah, 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 how much the dollar amount was, info category. And so, for example, line 7, let me go here. Also has storage scopes and contact scopes, so you can set what files or contacts the app can see. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Now that I actually like, right? Because I'm pretty sure what's its face? TikTok. I'm pretty sure TikTok will eventually start harvesting all the information on the phones at some point in the near future. So we've gone through and we've added everything that says buses. The figure comes comes out to less than $250,000. So you can help us understand why there would be a need for an additional $250,000 on top of the $1 million that were already provided by said person. Fifth Amendment right. And the reason we ask that is because we're just trying to understand the logistics and costs that are associated with bringing people to DC and whether those efforts were successful, that kind of thing. So to clarify that you'd be willing to provide on that would be very helpful to us. But I understand that you're going to invoke your Fifth Amendment right. Fifth Amendment right. Exhibit 9 is the invoice from True Media LLC, billed to Turning Point Action with the date. The description on this invoice says March to Save America. Blah, 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 keynote speeches on Mr. Trump, total dollar amount $60,000. So did you discuss strategy for January 6th with Miss Person or Mr. Trump, Fifth Amendment right? And did you agree to pay these individuals for their speeches on January 6th as opposed to the payments for other services, blah, 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 Fifth Amendment right? I understand that they also had, meaning these people had participating in some capacity at the Student Action Summit in West Palm Beach the month prior, where they also had been anticipating receiving payments for that participation. Mr. Kirk, as someone said that this $60,000 payment that's listed as a January 6th was actually reimbursement for speaking at the place. Would that be true? Sixth Amendment right. Now, as he mentioned a bunch of times already, we understand Turning Point helped to coordinate bus transportation for the January 6th. Before I forget, so that's the only thing I've noticed to be of interest so far. Did Trump actually speak at the Student Action Summit? And was it even recorded? Would be a good question here. Trump at Turning Point USA's teen. Okay, so he did actually talk there. Damn, it's an hour long. Ugh. Okay, what at 2x speed that'd be 30 minutes, but 2x speed might be a bit rough. 1.5. We're talking about like approaching an hour, like 50-ish minutes roughly. Okay, maybe we might look at that later at some point. January 6th was such a horror. I can't imagine why they were letting people in and touring them around. Cause 462, welcome. I'm happy for you to join us. We are looking at Charlie Kirk's involvement into that January 6th event, and so far, all we know so far is that he was busing people over there. So, so far, I still have positive perceptions of Charlie Kirk thus far. So I haven't seen anything in here that looks like particularly damning, because I know he's pleading fifth on all of the questions, sure, but all the questions being asked doesn't tell me that he necessarily had anything nefarious planned like some of the other people that we know. But I can't imagine. But now, regarding your point about letting people in and touring them around, what did I say? I posted a short about this. The short version of that is just going to be that, when you're a guard and think of like if you was a guard at a museum, okay? If 100 people broke in and your job was to protect the paint or the artwork or whatever it is, are you going to attempt to apprehend, I guess, all 100 of them, or at least like a handful of them? Or would you just, make a phone call and just step back and then let them go about their business, right? Because the thing I argued was that, as if I was one of the guards, right, and there was 1,000 people that broke in, so many people that I see them pouring out from outside and it doesn't look like it's ending, why would I sit there and try to come in between that? Yeah, I can sit there and move around and stuff and watch them. The places that we know we want to protect is where the congressmen actually are. We know those areas are secured, they're locked, and the people over there that's protecting them have guns as well, right? So I'm not about to involve myself in anything extra that I need to. I'm just gonna let these people walk around and be kosher. It's like my thing. I know the videos I saw were them opening the doors. There was no crowd. Well, you only saw one of the videos, right? I have a good idea of what video you're probably even talking about too. Just know that every time I try to pull up that video, which I've seen it before, it's very hard for me to not also see all of the other videos of the people breaking down, the people that were breaking the windows, breaking the doors, breaking the barriers, beating the cops, pushing the cops out the way. Like, all those videos were also there too. So the video you're talking about was carefully spliced between carefully spliced to not show all the things that happened before and all the things that happened after, which maybe after we're done going through this document, we'll even attempt to, again, pull that particular video you're talking about. And then you will see that as we're trying to find it, we got to sit there and we got to go through all of the other videos that clearly show wasn't anything but calmed. So yeah, carefully spliced. It's sure, man. I tell you, the thing that always trips me out about when people, about the video too, is that the video didn't even come out after the event, right after the event, right? We're talking weeks, maybe months, right, afterwards. So everybody would have seen all of the stuff first before you even got to the video, which had to be handpicked by what's his face, the guy that got kicked out of Congress, not kicked out of Congress, kicked out of the speakership, the first Republican we've ever had in Congress ever to actually lose his speaker seat, when he gave that video to Tucker Carlson, and then Tucker Carlson showed that video, right? And this was like well after the event. So it's amazing that video still makes its rounds, and then nobody else ever like comes across any of the other videos about the event. But like I said, I don't give too much. I don't even know what's the word for it. But when it comes to Tucker Carlson, I just assume most of the stuff he's just giving you is lies anyway. After all, he got caught with those fake votes, that lawsuit, that Dominion lawsuit that exposed his text messages, where he was showing y'all or telling y'all one thing, and then his text messages clearly showed he didn't even believe the shit he was telling y'all. Oh man, perfect. Just it's exactly what I tell people, man. If y'all could see what these people say behind closed doors, that tell you these things that we know is not true, but they oh my God, they'll swear up and down and they'll just feed it to you day and night, that it's otherwise. Okay, so let's see, $60,000 payments. Yeah, so that's the Trump speech. Fifth Amendment right. Who from Turning Point was responsible at the leadership level for coordinating the transportation? Fifth Amendment right. Exhibit 10, tweet, I apologize. This is actually from a website called archive.org. You may be familiar with it, but the way that it works is essentially we'll crawl the internet and take screenshots of images of websites historically over time. And so I think you probably understand that this particular tweet that we're looking at here by you was subsequently deleted. So the archived version that we have is not, as you can see here from the language on it, from the United States-based website, but it is an abbreviation for January 6th. That's not English. I won't hazard a guess. Well, blah, blah, blah. French, maybe, blah, blah, blah. Okay, come on. 1743 timestamp is likely the local time, the website. But in any event, you see here Charlie Kirk 11, which is your Twitter handle, tweeted on January 4th. This historic event will likely be one of the largest and most consequential in American history. The team at Trump Students and Turning Point Action are honored to help make this happen, sending 80 plus buses full of patriots to DC to fight for this president. 80 plus buses. That's a lot of people. Now, Mr. Kirk, how many buses did Turning Point pay to travel to D.C.? Fifth Amendment, right? Now, I understand that there was later a clarification to the media after January 6th that a number of the buses that you had been anticipating sending were canceled, and ultimately, according to the news reports, Turning Point Action sent only 7 buses with students. But how many other buses, aside from the ones associated with Turning Point, did Turning Point pay to have traveled to DC? I would have been interested in the money, because didn't they pay like $250,000 for the buses? And then if it was for 80 plus buses and then only 7 guys sent, I wonder where that money went. If this is even true. Probably not. I am invoking my Fifth Amendment rights. Exhibit 11, very short email string. You can see here, blah, blah, blah. It says sending on behalf of Stop the Steal. Thank you. And scroll down, blah, blah, blah. It's an invoice with the company called This Place with an address. I gotta stop clicking it. Jesus Christ. And then you can see here January 3rd listed twice for 2 different buses. Appears one from Atlanta, one from Minneapolis, for a total cost of $17,000. And also say that the dollar amount does track with a figure that appears on the spreadsheet that we looked at previously, Exhibit 8. And you can also see here at the top of this email, Mr. Boyer sends to an accounting department at Turner Per Action. Please pay. Excuse me. What page are we on? 22. See, we only got 6 more pages to go. Awesome. Archive.org is Cuck. Their leadership works for a public image management company. Basically, they offer services where they make positive news articles to give Wikipedia sources and then delete stuff from archive.org. Archive.is instead is more reliable. Oh, I will click this. My God, Shovel and Ashes. You were like the internet guru. Let me cut this. My man literally has all of the gems of the internet. How did I stumble upon you? Oh, I'm tripping. Actually, I did want that on my edge here because I'll throw it in my research to look at it later. Let me change the name or add that it is this archive dot is web archive. Okay. This guy right here, man. All right, let's go back. Let's skip back. Let me see here. What am I looking at? What am I looking at here? All right, going back. We're almost done. We're almost done, guys. Bear with us. Okay, so let's see. You can see here it sends a please pay. Okay, so they get more payment. Are you aware that Mr. Martin was working with an individual known as Ali Alexandra to coordinate this event? Fifth Amendment right. Exhibit 12, you can see here the top of this says January 10th from the event of Turner Per Action to someone named Austin Smith at Turner Per Action. And the text of the email says, here's the email that was sent for all 5 buses with different locations and addresses and contact information. And then below that is an email that says January 4th, subject line, March to Save America 2021. New Jersey bus transportation email in sum and substance is the information, blah, blah, blah. January 6th, transfer information, blah, blah, blah. Logistics. But the one thing I want to ask you about on this email is you can see in the middle in red text that says, please make sure to download the Telegram app as your bus organizers will put all of you in the group chat and send the link to join. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure at this point, especially with the other text messages that they have, that I'm sure they got the phone number. Yeah. The only way, like, either the committee didn't want to like bother pursuing anything further because I want to say they have enough compelling evidence to say that the man definitely had like Telegram or other messaging apps or other text messages, for sure the text messages, and the only reason why he doesn't provide them is because, or it would be reasonably be assumed that he definitely deleted all of those like shortly after the event, which then they can't hold it against him, right? Which, hey, you know, it is what it is. So the Turning Point create Telegram chats for each bus group that traveled to DC on January 6th, Fifth Amendment right. Do you know if other employees of Turning Point has been asked to search to see if they have Telegram chats that are relevant to the Select Committee's inquiry? Fifth Amendment right. On January 6th, and I'll read you a quote. We reviewed footage from your live stream of your radio podcast show from January 6th. And I'll read you a quote of what we have you saying on the morning of January 6th. You say, well, let me tell you my sources. I won't say any names, are saying the vice president is prayerfully considering possibly at the very end of this sending it back to state legislators for clarification, which is an idea that was floated out there exclusively on the show. And let me just take this moment to say here that of all like the Republicans I have some knowledge of, Mike Pence is probably the realest one I have seen. Because, like, the stuff that we found out about, like, what he did, went through, and decided to do during that whole event, that's a man. That's a man with, like, big kahunas for sure. I mean, you get internet smarts when you get old. From when you get a old F from /B on your stream. Oh, am I do I have it up? No, I don't. I don't think I have any sensors, but also helps when he is drunk. That's funny. Let's see here. All right, we're almost done, guys. We got like roughly 4 more pages to go. And you go on to say, I can confirm that he, meaning the vice president, has been presented with this and that he is considering it. What are your sources? Fifth Amendment, right? They're going to tell you the vice president was seriously considering sending things back to the state, even after he already issued a statement saying that he would fulfill his statutory and constitutional duties on January 6th. Fifth Amendment, right? Now, Mr. Kirk, as far as I can tell, you from the very first moment on your live stream that it was reported there was a breach on the Capitol security perimeter, you immediately said, quote, we do not support, close quote, end quote. We completely denounce and we think it's reprehensible, close quote. Man, I'm getting crazy here. So before that moment, that when you learned about the breach of the security perimeter, did anyone indicate to you that there was a chance that something like that could happen January 6th and Fifth Amendment, right? Is the risk of violence in individual is that the part of the reason why you didn't travel to DC? Fifth Amendment, right? Let me show you Exhibit 13. This is interesting. I might talk about this segment right here. Just put an idea in my head that I might talk about shortly after. Let me show you Exhibit 13. There's a series of emails that were produced to us from you after the subpoena issue. And this one, I think we're being joined by Kinzinger. Thank you for being here, sir. Mr. Kirk, this is an email that it appears you received on January 21st where someone wrote in and said, I usually enjoy listening to you, but lately you seemed really weak. Why even say there's a legitimate argument that President Trump incited the mess at Capitol? There's no real argument. He said to be peaceful and goes on to explain that it's time to fight. Let me read this one more time. There are a series of emails that were produced to us from you after the subpoena was issued, and this one I think you were being joined by Mr. Kinzinger. I think Kinzinger was the attorney. Mr. Kirk, this is the email that appears that you received where someone wrote in and said, I usually enjoy... Oh, so he's probably just getting an email from a fan or something. He said to be peaceful and goes on to explain that it's time. And in response here, the user says, Charlie Kirk. So Charlie Kirk wrote in response to this person, why are you even saying there's a legitimate argument that President Trump decided to mess at the Capitol? In first, Charlie Kirk writes, it is the honest thing to say. Did you write your email? Okay. So, well, I'm going to hold that for later. All right. Fifth Amendment right. Now further up, this individual responds back to engage more and saying, I do believe it's the honest thing to say. I don't think that anything maybe they meant do not, because the next sentence says, I don't think anything he said incited people to break windows. I think you give the side that hates you ammo. And then in response to that, again, Charlie Kirk, fair enough, but I do think he could have been more specific and calm in the way he handled the speech. Again, is that you writing back, Fifth Amendment, right? Trump incited the violence that unfolded on Capitol 6. Do you believe there's a legitimate argument that he incited that? Fifth Amendment, right? It's an email here on January 6th at 8:23 a.m. I will confess to you again, you can see I'm showing you the Bates stamp showing it's a turning point document produced to us. It's not clear to me at what time zone this is on. I understand that you're on the West Coast, you're emailing somebody, blah, blah, blah. Not totally executive officer president, so somebody from East Coast. Not totally clear what time zone this is, but any event on January 6 in the morning, White House writes to you and says, in order to finalize your withdrawal from the President's Advisory 1776 Commission, please send me an email. Finalize your withdrawal from the President's Advisory 1776 Commission. He was part of that commission. Oh no. Okay. That'll be. I'll look more into that, but that may be a ding for me. So far, I'm still overall fairly positive about Charlie Kirk, but if he was also part of that stupidness. Anyway, let's get back to it. Responding to this one here, stating your resignation from the commission. A few days later, on January 9th, you write back, yes, this is correct. Sorry for the delay. Did this decision have anything to do with President Trump's post-election conduct? Invoking my Fifth Amendment right. Okay, maybe so. It actually, that kind of reinforces my thing about the Trump Kool-Aid he was probably drinking, but we'll find out. Fifth Amendment right. Now, Kirk, have you been interviewed by law enforcement regarding your knowledge of the events of January 6th, Fifth Amendment right? And specifically, have you been contacted by the FBI about January 6th, Fifth Amendment right? Have you been contacted by any attorney representing individuals charged with criminal conduct, Fifth Amendment right? I don't have any further questions. For Mr. Kinzinger's benefit, I will summarize to say that Mr. Kirk considered the Fifth Amendment privilege as a basis to refuse virtually every question today. By my note, the only question he answered was what city and state he resided. Other than that, the Fifth Amendment was invoked to answer every question. So, Mr. Kissinger, if you have any questions, I'll pause before we wrap up. I don't. Thank you. That's it. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Kirk, under these circumstances, we will not officially close the record of the deposition as the select committee considers their appropriate course of action to move forward, but we do appreciate your time. At this time, the deposition will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair. We can go off the record, and then whereupon they go off the record, and then yes. Bam. Okay. So now what I was thinking about at this moment over here, where was it? Was it like what was it, like somewhere in here? Oh yeah, this part right here. I wonder if maybe Charlie Kirk on. Let me see what the messages are. Fuck, it's 10:48 a.m. and already drank 2.5 liters of beer. Jesus Christ. If you don't mind me asking, what country are you popping out of? Is this Australia? The Aussies? Maybe the Aussie guys? Who else I be seeing? I see be popping up. I'm kind of curious of where you're popping up from. But like somewhere around here gave me the idea that I wonder if he was given which I mean, I don't know if I would blame him necessarily for this or not, but maybe if he may have heard something or had an idea that maybe people were planning on getting a little rough or violent, and he didn't support that, and he didn't really have anything with that. He's just like, look, that's dumb over there doing that, and then me, I'm gonna just do my thing over here. Which I don't necessarily blame people. Aussies are at least 8 hours in the future for me. Oh, Finland. Okay, cool. Howdy from Finland. If you actually don't mind me asking, what's your favorite beer over there? I'm always interested in finding out the kinds of beers that people drink in other countries. See if there's any that I potentially recognize. While I was in Egypt, there was a brand called ID, literally like ID. Those 2 letters, that was like really good. It was like the best flavor beer I had, where like although the proof was like up to 20% depending on which one you get, so it was really strong, but it definitely tasted it really good. So that'd be interesting. But so somewhere around here, it makes me wonder if like if like he was given information that people was potentially going to be violent, but he was just separating himself from that. Look, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just busting people over there. What they choose to do, that that's on them and stuff. And I don't really I wouldn't blame him stuff for that. But probably not. I don't know. I mean, you can't really speculate on stuff like that. What I will say for sure though is because there's based on all the information that they seem to have, they could definitely lock him in on certain stuff, because if he was emailing the White House, obviously, right, they have they can get the White House records. So email address match, boom, that's that. Text messages, right, especially regular text messages, I think it's an iMessage, right? So phone number, boom, you get a verified identity there. So yeah, so like as far as like locking them in on linking him directly to stuff, like I'm sure they have it or whatever, but I can tell you that based off of just the questions being asked, it seems like he didn't actually have any bad involvement with January 6th. Literally was probably just one of those people that was just like drinking that Trump Kool-Aid, and seems to be more on the nobler, right? Doesn't necessarily mean fully noble, but nobler, I will say, side on the Republican, which is nice, right? Because it's really hard for me to find people in my party that don't seem to be like heavily skewed or tainted. Because some of these people that I listen to the PBD podcast a lot, but they're pretty, they can be fairly skewed or jaded. I tried watching Temple. That's out of the water, and I don't even look at some of the other guys. I like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is somewhat decent. He can get a little bit odd sometimes, but yeah. I drink Estonian beer because it's cheap and has the best price quality ratio. Name Ale Cook. Let's see here. Ale Cook. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Probably not, but we will see. Ale Cook is an Estonian brewery company founded by a Prussian family of the same name who were descendants of the Huguenots who had fled. Man, there's quite some history back there. From the Huguenots who had fled France in the 17th century, the company was bought in 1997. It's currently owned by the Finnish company Alvi. Okay, that's interesting. Let me see some artwork here of their beer. It looks kind of good. I'm actually not a beer person at all, but that's just because I live in America, and I truly do believe that just virtually all the beers in America taste exactly the same. You have to go to other countries to actually like get real beer, in my opinion. There's people that'll tell me up and down that, that you can taste the difference between a Heineken and a Budweiser and stuff, and I'm just like, bruv, I can't. It just all tastes the same to me. It really does. All American beers just taste the same to me. The only one that's different, which I don't even know if it's even American or not, is it's the one that actually is like deemed like one of the most healthiest beers for you because it has a lot of fiber in it. Healthy beer, right? What the hell is it called? Guinness. Yes, Guinness. It's the Guinness beer. I have tried that one. That one's the only one that I can say for sure tastes very different from any other beers I've ever tasted. I wouldn't say that I kind of like it, kind of, sort of, kind of. Maybe I might pick up a case. It might make me want to pick up a case, but I don't even drink beer. I will consider it someday, maybe. I don't know. But okay, we're kind of done with that. Okay, so Charlie Kirk has cleared my perceptions here, so that's nice. What do I have next? Oh, Tim Pool. That's right. All right, Tim Pool's next on the list here. Let's see what's it. I mean, they tried to import USB into Finland and they were so shit. No one bought them. I mean, they were so shit. None of the Finns bought them, but still they are being shipped to Russia because they are full on alcoholics and don't care about the taste. Yeah, I could imagine so, but that is particularly funny. See, and that reinforces my point. You see what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry, beer guys, but like I don't understand like how people drink like the American beer. American beer, and then I hear too that the American cheese is also like, well, I was told that our government doesn't even consider our cheese to be actually cheese as a cheese product, but yeah, no, it's just one of those things, man. We what's the word I'm looking for? Prioritize being cheap over quality for sure. Okay. Turning a profit. Good old capitalism, I mean. So, is there even anything I even want to look at regarding the Temple Russian money thing? I need to take a look at the list of videos because I think I saved a video that I wanted to watch. Trump tells judge to dismiss January 6th case, citing Supreme Court immunity. Yep, that's not getting dismissed. Oh yeah, my predictions, right? My Kamala Harris is going to win the election. By how much is a bit up in the air. I'm hoping by a lot. If it's by a lot, Trump will quietly get politically packed up and will then get out of the picture eventually. It might not happen immediately. It would have been nice if it happened immediately, but what'll end up happening is there'll be some ruckus, right, that he'll raise, but all of the court cases, then it'll be full on. There's no more delays or nothing. So they're going to all catch up with him, and he's going to be put in jail for sure. Unless he has like a stroke or something, because he is old. Yeah, he's gonna be put in jail, and that's gonna be that. American cheese only has like 10% cheese if you are lucky. Even your laws don't recognize your cheddar as real cheese. It's classified as a cheese product. Yeah, see, that was exactly what somebody told me. I think somebody from Australia told me that. You know, it's very interesting. I actually stopped eating cheese and started removing it from my diet. Now I like other certain cheese products like well, by cheese, like actual cheese, like blue cheese. I like blue cheese. Blue cheese has been like a recent favorite of mine. But with that being said, yeah. So like, court cases are going to catch up with Trump, and he's going to be put in jail. And then after that, the Republican Party will be in free fall. There'll be some crazy event where we'll figure out where the points of power lie, and hopefully we can actually rebuild the party to be a real party again prior to Trump, so that we can actually have people to actually adhere to values and things like the budget. And it'd be nice to find somebody that actually cares about the education in the country, because like every year that goes by, I feel like we're just getting more stupider. It really just seemed like, because I don't know why there's so much arguments and so much stuff against facts or the things that we see with like our own two eyes here. All right, so I'm just pulling up that playlist real quick, or my little list, I mean. Let's see here. Blue cheese is amazing in pizza. One of the most popular pizzas in Finland is Americana. It's ham, pineapple, and blue cheese. Ooh, that sounds so good. Ham, pineapple, and blue cheese. Jesus, that sounds amazing. Where am I going to this playlist here? Yeah, but yeah, like I said, blue cheese has been like a recent like favorite of mine, that I've been putting it on my burgers. Like whenever I'm doing turkey burgers, I throw that. And then there's a salt. I don't even know, a chippy salt brand that one of the Australians recommended I try. That it tastes pretty good, like the salt. But I've been putting that on my turkey burgers, and like whenever I'm making like these simple little egg sandwiches, I'll throw it on some bagels. Oh my god, this an egg, a fried egg, right? That I throw a few seasonings on. I throw some pepper, some of the chippy salt, and then I also throw like some it's an adobo substitute that's like from an Indian brand. I can't think of its name, but you know, I'll season that egg or throw that on the eggs. Fry it, and then I'll put it on a raisin bagel that I've threw butter on and toasted it, and it tastes so good with the blue cheese, because then I'll toast it with the butter first, and then I'll toast it for like 6 minutes or whatever. Then I'll take it out, and then I'll throw like the blue cheese on it, and then I'll put it back in for like another 2-3 minutes to toast it with the blue cheese, so the blue cheese can also melt too. Then I'll take it out, throw the fried egg on it, and my God, it's so good. Blue cheese is salty and strong taste, and pineapple is sweet and such. Mixes well. Okay, I'll have to keep a lookout to see if I can ever find something like that. I've seen plenty of pizzas with a ham and pineapple, but I just don't recall if I've ever seen any pizzas that did ham, pineapple with blue cheese. But that does sound amazing though. That sounds incredible. We'll have to look it up for sure. Okay, I have my little playlist here, or my list. Let me see. Excuse me. Let me see if I have anything on the Tim Pool stuff that I happen to have saved. You know something? I wonder if the PBD podcast had made any mention about the Tim Pool money. It'll be nice to like listen and see what they talk about. Let's see. Calls out Candace Owens, Newton suspension, Ohio cats eating, Tyreek Hill footage, RFK Jr. Michigan ballots, Zuckerberg admits censorship, blah blah blah. I'm sorry, I'm just looking. I am looking. Give me a minute, guys. Pelosi pushes amnesty for illegals. Okay, so I don't even think they even. Doesn't seem like they they talked about it much. Trump versus Harris debate watch party. Okay, yeah, so they don't even say nothing about it. It's unfortunate. All right, I guess we're gonna do a regular YouTube search here. I'm just curious if I find any videos on it. Blah 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 blah. I will keep that because at some point I'll look at that video. Oh, it was a message that was blocked. I just approved it or just unblocked it so the term can be used. Tim Pool is such a fence sitter. The fence pole is so far up. Jesus Christ. And if that wasn't far enough, he spins on it. Ooh, jeez, man. That is quite a vivid picture. Yeah, no. I mean, look, that Russian money just kind of proves it. You know what I'm saying? Like the thing is that look, him and then those two other people that sit there trying to distance themselves from the Russian money and whatnot, and threatening to sue people that says otherwise. Look, let me tell y'all straight up. All right, I actually believe that they did not know that the money was coming from Russia, right? Should they probably have known? Probably. There was probably some flags, my understanding from like what people were saying. Oh wait, there definitely was a we're gonna find it. Definitely was a PBD podcast video. I think I remember hearing about it that we'll look up at some point. But anyway, right? I actually do believe that they probably didn't know, right? But the thing is that they'll never be able to escape. That I'll always bring up, like if they ever want to say that they just didn't know, is what does it say that a country, right, that wants to destroy America, that wants there to be civil unrest, that wants your economy to collapse, your living situation to be worse, whatever they can do to get a leg up on the world stage and to just shit on America. What does it say that that particular country was able to get its money to you? And not even tell you to do anything in particular with that money, not just to support you and making more videos of the things you're already saying. What does that say about you? You know, that's what I always say, and in regards to that, and it's just crazy to me, right? That's why I don't even. I've never taken those people seriously. Tim Pool and some of those other ones, man, like Russian money, and then I catch it every so often. I catch people, you know, when people talk, like I actually peeped that ahead of time. I said it in one of my videos, like with Destiny, when Destiny was talking to that one lady that was talking about the Jan 6 thing, even like the guy in the chat, right? Although I won't go as far as say that him in particular was it, but like the other guy that was like, oh, you know, like the people were being walked in and whatnot. There was one lady that was talking about it that like, my God, like I knew, I told you, I called it. I am like 1,000% sure. And now with the Tim Pool stuff, I think it's almost verified at the point that these people are Russian plants. And the funnel point is through Canada. The funnel point is through Canada. These Russians are going through Canada to then get this stuff to get tricky, the whatever manifest or whatever, and then the interfere into the U.S. Right? It guaranteed, and you can see it just like how some of these people talk, because the fact that you sit there and you can have such strong opinions about January 6th tells me that you would have been looking stuff up, and for you to sit there and tell me that you only saw this video of people being let in, which again, right? It's not like you just get a video of like it's dark and then it becomes morning and then the doors open and then people come in, right? You clearly see that video is taken at a specific point in time. So there's a lot before it and there's a lot after it. that's being that you don't have. And in addition to that, that video, that clip, that portion of it was produced like days, at least weeks after the event. So if the event was important to you and you heard about the event, I assure you, you would have seen all the other stuff before you even saw that particular video, when that video was eventually produced and put out for everybody. So it's just crazy to me. Honestly, if you want to follow the Russian money, what about the millions that Soviet Union spent on Hollywood and academia? I mean, it's not surprised that America academia is full on far left, considering the money Soviets sent there. Yeah, but wouldn't we be talking about a significant or serious like gap in time though? You want one interview from ex KGB spy and one university lecture by the same guy where he explains the subversion tactics. It's from the 1980. Yeah, definitely send it over, and I'll add it to my list of things that we'll look at and read for sure. But regarding the Soviet Union thing, but that's like so long ago though that I kind of have doubts. I mean, I guess the argument can be that when you lay the foundation, that let it grow, I guess, per se. But wouldn't it had been so far long ago that I doubt that there's really any hold much on like how Hollywood actor, like even if it was like the case to like make them like really far left or whatever for whatever goal and stuff, I kind of doubt that Hollywood would have bro, what is the word? How would I even phrase this? That if it was not meant to be, it would not have been so, right? That's why I like this. That's why I like with the state of the Republican Party currently, right? Where when Trump came in, a lot of people, there was a huge exodus. I remember this in our party. And then there was a huge influx of like these crazy ass people that came into the Republican Party. And so now after Trump, I expect a really similar event to where these people come back. So, I mean, you at that point, then you can argue that like as time passes, right, these things kind of just change over time. I don't know. I'd have to really think about like what I'm trying to go with that one. Because I feel like time plays a huge factor regarding Soviet Union money. But I don't know. We'll see, right? But then, needless to say, I did learn about what is it? The Sisters of Texas or Sisters of USA or something like that, right? That like had this. Let me see, Sisters of what was it? But like it was Sisters. What was it called? It was hold on. Maybe if I put another Sisters, Texas. Let me see. Rewrite history. Those are the people that did that thing to like rewrite the like the whole Confederate history thing. Texas Society, Daughters of the American Revolution. Prove rewriting history textbooks. What was it? How Southern Societies, United Daughters of the Confederacy, I think is what it was, right? The United Daughters of the Confederacy alter the South's memory of the Civil War. Yes. So I guess maybe, right? Maybe the Soviet Union does still impact the Hollywood to this day. So yeah, you can see. Maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know how much stock I put into like movies and television. But then again, when you take education, when education is no longer prioritized in the country, then I guess then Hollywood and TV, i.e. Tim Pool, right, become your main source of where you get your information and where you learn your stuff. So maybe you're right. Let me summarize the tactic in the video. They fund academia to make the next generation of teachers and such that teaches the next generation, thus it escalates. Yes, here we go. First link is the academic lecture for university students about the subversion. I think this is the more important lecture. And then you got the other one. Okay, cool. Let me close that. Jesus Christ, it's another hour video. But yeah, no, definitely gonna add that. Let me remove that. Let me add it to my what's it called? My stream list here. Live stream looks. Got that. And then here's the second one. Second is interview by journalist. Duplication of this program is prohibited by law, but it is on YouTube. Ha 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 ha. Okay, save and live stream looks. Bam. Awesome, awesome, awesome. One moment here while I have to fix up my thingamabob here. Hold on. Do wonder why it did this, because now I wouldn't have seen any of the messages that would have came up. Can I enter? Okay. All right. Second is interviewed by journalists. Yes, so that's the second one that we just saved. Okay, cool. Right? I did save it, right? Let me double click and make sure. Yeah, I did save it, right? Let me just double click, make sure. See? I get distracted so easily, so quickly. Yeah, quick, cool. We did save it. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Basically, these two videos teach you about the subversion and manipulation tactics governments do from the Soviet perspective. I see. Okay. Sounds like it would definitely be some good stuff to like listen to and read. I do thank you for that. Let me. Is this the part? You know what I can do actually? Let me see something here real quick. Well, first off, let me do this and let me Google and say YouTube. Hold on. YouTube transcript. Read YouTube videos, because this will tell me this will make my search a lot faster for a particular video. There was one I wanted to look at.
1%. You know what that is? If you
preventing us from generating a summary. Oh, they blocked it. Man. Taylor Swift. Hold on. Hold on. JP Morgan, Georgia High School. Okay, so definitely not that. I'm gonna give this like 2 more minutes and then I'm gonna just drop it because I just can't find the video that I want to find. Whistleblower, first solo event, political, law enforcement details, Mark Cuban. Porn traffic plummets during presidential debate. Oh, why is that even a topic? That's so crazy. 1 day ago, bro, there was a video I remember. When did the Tim Pool story hit? I'm trying to remember. Affirmations. Here we go. Barry Johnson. There we go. Let's pull this up quick. Let me just use this real fast. Now I can kill that and do this.
this happens, you don't see the are more negative than positive, and then the upper class parents was 100,000 more positive than negative. Did that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
So it's a little bit more like.
In my opinion, in many people's opinion, the best part of the entire interview.
And it was at the
he
end.
kept it super real about his dad. And it resonated with me because the same thing happened with my dad. When my dad passed away, we were not speaking. Very contentious relationship.
When you watch those videos, think about how internet and modern tech would help these tactics. Oh, I'm pretty sure, technology, if I'm not mistaken too, I mean, based off of what you're telling me, it's gonna, just imagine like, once the AI stuff becomes like really decent, and the thing is that they're already using the AI technology for those Russian bots that are all over X, that because Elon Musk doesn't even know what he's doing. Yeah, it's just really interesting. In fact, there was a YouTube video I had published I don't even know. I wonder if I can even find it. It'll be this will be really cool to actually show you, right? Because this will be exactly a great example of like of like how these AI bots have gotten. Let me see. Is it this one? Hold on. I think is it this one? Let me see. Hold on. Okay, it's not that. Oh, or maybe YouTube might have packed up those guys. Yeah, because I don't even see any of the replies anymore. Hold on. No, take off the ones about haven't responded. And let me see. Okay. Oh yeah, he's responded to me. I'll have to like look back at that at some point. Okay. But so one of my YouTube videos, there was somebody, it was like somebody was making some advertisements, just, you know, the typical spam bot or whatever, right? But then there was all these, it was like 16 other accounts, right? That all then started commenting under that other one. I was like, oh yeah, I've worked with this person, does a good job. But like the way, the mannerisms and the way they were speaking, and because I was already, especially since I was already aware, just like how like the AI botting has gotten, it was just kind of not freaky, but it was like just crazy. It just like how for the unsophisticated regular person, you would have thought that these were real people, that these were real people holding a conversation and talking. But if you are aware, you know, like some of the fallacy, like some of the like the flaws in like how the AI bots talk to each other and how they try to structure their thing, you can pick it out immediately that the whole thing was fake. And it was just crazy to me, just like how rampant that stuff is starting to get with the AI botting. And the Russians, like after that that information that the US government put out with the was it under indictments or something, but like the or just like the general information that I think they just released, where it just shows like how the Russians are using AI to generate these personalities that they then like put into these bots in order to like basically like try to act like real people in Twitter or X, at X now, right? Oh yeah, are you interested in Ukraine war nonsense? I can link a pretty neutral channel with 2 updates a day. Okay, yeah, definitely do share that. Google's Notebook LM, Notebook Google. Just Google. I thought you said Google's. I thought you like Google's as in like Google's, because Google has like it's a notebook website, right? That lets you like execute code on their infrastructure, right? Notebook LM. Note taking and research assistant. Use the Power AI for quick summarization and note taking. Notebook LM is your powerful virtual assistant. Google Notebook LM. Notebook LM. What is this? Welcome to Notebook LM. We're excited to help you explore the Power AI. We value privacy, blah, blah, blah. If you provide feedback, human reviewers may review your queries, uploads, and the model's responses to troubleshoot. This is cool. So how does this work? It's a AI-powered research and writing system that works best with the sources you upload. Upload your documents and it will answer detailed questions or surface key insights. Convert complex material into easy to understand formats like FAQs and briefing docs. Add key resources and notebooks. That sounds pretty cool. My guy, you are... Basically, Google has Notebook LM. It can make a podcast out of the material. You link it. It has voices and such. This is very interesting. Opening up my other thing here. Okay, can I just go like that and do this? Man, I need like 2 more monitors and then I'll be good. Bam. And add that to the research tab. Put Google. Putting Google. Okay. Here's the Ukraine War Channel. Let's see what we got here. Military summary. Black Monday. The heat, a devastating blow to energy sector. Russia's impeccable tactics. Military summary. Ooh, this does look really good. We shall subscribe. The most harvest time, the offensive of 35% of territory liberated. Okay. Oh yeah, we'll definitely like when we're like looking up the most stuff. We'll definitely like give some of these videos a look. Thank you so very much. We will definitely look into this one here.
But what I liked about what The Rock said was, despite all the challenges that they had, the up and down relationship, do you know what he said his most important job is? Being a father. Because when you asked him, hey, do you see yourself playing?
Did you ever think?
Oh my God! Really?
Then my nephew started doing it when my sister eventually had a kid.
Christ.
And then he started.
All right, so next story here. We haven't reacted to this. So, this is a story that happened last week. We're in the middle of the event. Conservative influencers linked to Russian disinformation scheme. Rob, do you have any video clips on this or no?
Yes, I have two clips. I have Sebastian Gorka talking about the woman that's accused in this propaganda scheme. Lauren Chen is her name, about Lauren Chen reaching out to Sebastian Gorka.
And then what's the other one you got?
And then the other is a warning from Dan Bongino.
Okay, we'll play both. Let me just read this clip while you can find the clips. So federal officials have indicted 2 employees of the Kremlin-backed Russia, it's RT, I think it's a Russia TV or Russia News, for allegedly orchestrating a $10 million covert project that misled conservative influencers into creating video aligned with Russian interests. The indictment details how RT employees Konstantin Kalashnikov and Elena Afanasieva, real Russian last name, directed funds to a Tennessee-based media company believed to be Tenet Media, which employed high-profile figures like Tim Pool and Benny Johnson. Influencers were reportedly unaware of the Russian backing and were misinformed about the sources of funding, which was falsely attributed to a fictitious private investor. Attorney General Merrick Garland emphasized that the company's ties to RT and Russian government were never disclosed to the influencers or their audiences. This case is seen as part of a broader Russian campaign to influence the upcoming U.S. presidential election. The media company has not publicly commented on their allegations. Go ahead, Rob. Play this clip.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone.
But I'd be remiss as a former federal agent to not warn people that given these accusations, are other people, I'm not accusing anyone specifically, I want to be clear, are people working with the feds right now to try to ensnare other conservative influencers into this alleged operation? I'm just going to say this. Be very careful who you're emailing, and be very careful who you're talking to, and be very careful that you're not talking to someone working with the feds on the other end of the line.
Poof. That's pretty scary. Like, if you think about it, Pat, that's pretty wild that anything, by the way, the fact that it's going back to Russia, this whole thing from Trump started in 2016 with Russia collusion, and now again, towards the end, we're starting the Russia talking again, and who knows at that point? Like, here's my question though. What was she trying to help promote? To what? Make Russia look positive in a positive light? Is that what they were trying to do?
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to play this clip here for Sebastian, because he's taking a completely different position than the one Dan took.
Very sorry.
今宵は宴オーバーロードコラボである質が高い征服したまえでは本気で参ります
Hold on
無傷というわけにはいきませんよ
ライトニング
Kind of lower that one down there. Oh wait, they added the her, because I definitely want her for sure. I don't know about the other guy, but okay, hold on, sorry. I didn't think it was gonna be that loud. I don't know, but I guess it's just advertising. Damn, I might be really behind too. I hope this still got like some days on that collab. All right, let me get back to it.
Okay, go for it.
You know, one thing that's crazy, this whoever this guy is right here, he's what he was basically what this guy is like basically saying. Can I get there we go. Yeah, what he's basically saying is I think he knows that like that there's some other people that potentially are also getting Russian money. That he's saying that hey, you might want to be careful about who you messaging and who you talking to now. Crazy. Honestly, RT.com, Russia Today is pretty good news channel. You just got to realize they are anti-West and they report on stuff that West doesn't want to be known. You got to look at it from both sides to see the truth. Sure, let's click on it and see what we got here. RT. What's the name of is this let me think of the name of this company here. Let me go down to the bottom. This is this the bro, there's a full name for it. I can't remember it. Is RT isn't the one that was like being part of what was funneling the money to Tim Pool and them, was it? Tenet Media. Okay, I was thinking of Tenet Media. Tenet Media was the one I had in my mind. Jeez, these things are massive. Let me check that. Okay. RT.com. Why the world's largest democracy isn't buying freedom of speech, U.S. style. Ukraine to demolish, UNESCO protect the monument. Switzerland to expel hundreds of Russian scientists. Serbia moves to bring back conscription. Okay. The Russian army has achieved in the last 2 months. We'll definitely add this to our little research tab for sure. I mean, that video earlier talked about RT, so this website. Okay. No, we don't need to play it. Well, let me see. Jesus, like loud. Okay. I'm gonna just take a quick look at an article real quick so I can see. Are building on gains on 3 key fronts as Kyiv desperately tries to find a response. Incursion, keys, glance, blah blah blah. Strategy was to break through Russia's weak front. Quickly capture a larger area, force the Russian army to retreat. Their success was pipeline. Without interruption. Could be established. Russian forces to launch counterattacks to the lot of Ukrainians. Okay, this actually look like this would be actually a really good read for sure, or at least this website. That's some really good. Okay, could really get some really good details. Nice. Damn, playing Overlord. The book's pretty good. Anime is just cringe. I will say that the anime tends to have quite a bit of fan service per se. This is very unfortunate. There's very few animes whose mangas I'll actually sit there and read. I have read some. I just can't really think of any at the moment. But I'm playing 7 Deadly Sins, and they have an Overlord collab going on right now. But I haven't touched the game in like maybe a month or two, so I'm hoping I'm not too far behind. I'm hoping the collab isn't like about to like run out. Let me see, when does it end? The 20. Oh, Jesus Christ, it ends in 2 days. I knew it. I'm gonna have to be grinding. I'm gonna have to grind like something serious. Shoot. I mean, I have them torrented audiobooks. Oh, cool. They have audiobooks of the mangas. I mean, legally bought things. Of course, I knew exactly what you meant. You know, these audiobooks that you purchase from like what do you call it? Kindle, the little Kindle sites and whatnot, or you know, all those places, all that good stuff. Gotcha, don't worry. Totally understand. LOL. Although you know, as I'm thinking about it, you know, they're clamping down quite a bit on the sites that do the what I'll call the ARG or the pirating. So really decent stuff. I mean, I bought them from this guy over here. All right, let's get back to the video here.
And be very careful that you're not talking to someone working with the feds on the other end of the line.
Poof. That's pretty scary. Like, if you think about it, Pat, that's pretty wild that anything, by the way, the fact that it's going back to Russia, this whole thing from Trump started in 2016 with Russia collusion. And now, again, towards the end, we're starting the Russia talking again. And who knows at that point? Like, here's my question, though. What was she trying to help promote? To what? Make Russia look positive in a positive light? Is that what they were trying to do?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to play this clip here for Sebastian, because he's taking a completely different position than the one Dan took, I think.
Okay.
Go for it.
Approached me about 18 months ago and said, I've been asked to hire content providers, commentators with big platforms. Would you join us? And I thought, well, maybe. What's the deal you're offering? And where's the money coming from?
Follow the
Kind of standard question you should ask, Jeff, right? If you're going to work for somebody, you should know who's running the company and where the money's coming from, right?
Typically, you would do that, especially if it's a startup.
Well, yeah. I mean, because you don't want to be working for bad guys or people who are going to run out of money, correct?
Exactly.
I mean, you're a businessman. You understand this stuff.
Yes, and there's another part of it I really don't understand, too, but go ahead.
We'll get to that in a second. And I kept asking her, so who's behind this? And she wouldn't tell me. And then she gave me 3 names.
Don't
Two
go
of
to
them
audiobookbay.lu.
had zero, and I mean zero connection to media.
Appreciate
None
it.
at all. And I thought, well, that's weird.
We'll
You want
definitely
to create a
not
new
go
media
to that
company?
website
and
for sure.
You have no background in media? And then the name of the chief investor was Eduard Grigorian, spelt with 2 N's, which is kind of sloppy tradecraft, Mr. Putin, because with that spelling, I Googled the name. No such person exists with that spelling. Huh. If you're creating a legend, it's better to create a legend with the name of, oh, I don't know, John Smith. Lots of John Smiths. You can engineer all kinds of fabrications, but with a very unusual name. Not a lot of Sebastian Gorkas out there. Don't use my name and try to pretend you're me, because people can call me up and verify, are you creating a media company? No, I'm not. That's a little fishy.
So is Lauren Chen's the girl that was here?
Yeah, she was here.
Social media girl.
It was the day we talked about Sound of Freedom, and the clip got 7 million views.
Wow.
That's the day when she was on, yes.
And she said she didn't want to watch it because she was a newborn. She had a newborn baby.
So she was approached, Pat, and then she was basically pitching for them to try to get.
Rob, this is what? This is CNN?
Yes.
Okay,
CNN.
so let's see what CNN's position is on this. DOJ alleges, let me read the top. DOJ alleges Russia funded U.S. media company linked to right-wing social media stars. So they have whose face? They have Rubin, they have Benny, and they have.
Now, look, to be fair, like, I wouldn't have necessarily. I don't want to say that I would have been like absolutely blind about where the money per se was coming from, but you know, it is really important though that you do make sure that the one thing you do have to be careful of, especially once you have a company, is that the money that you're being given isn't potentially like drug money or like laundered money. So I agree with that, but then like outside of that, especially like if you just don't know, or you're just not that like you're just that kind of naive, you probably wouldn't know too much about it. But one thing you do need to be careful with is that you want to make sure that your money is not coming from any like major foreign agencies, like foreign agencies that you probably shouldn't be getting your money from, like Iran or Russia or North Korea. You know, those are definitely those are definitely things you want to be careful with. Especially if you're not even going to be told like directly the entity, that's like an immediate red flag that you should definitely be careful with. Okay, cool. We'll do this like 2 more times. And that, oh wait, I don't think I even needed to do it that many times. I think I already fulfilled the requirement. Oh, cool. They gave me another one. Wow. I'm on a luck streak right now. This is crazy. Also, if you're against big business and services hosted on Russian services, don't support sites like this to watch all the movies and series for free. This guy right here, man. Where's my oh, I didn't mean to do that. I want to click over here. I'm just getting a separate note document for something. Yeah. Okay. All right, let us continue.
Tim, okay, keep going lower. The unnamed tennis-based company just being funded with some Kremlin. Okay, got it. $10 million, got it. CNN's independent confirmed that company one tenant company's platform, independent content creator.
Bro, I got her. Oh, snap. I actually got her. That's crazy. Hell yeah. See, because I already got all the other characters besides like the I got Ainz. I got Ainz, and I can't remember the short lady's name or the other girl and the blue guy. The only one I don't have is just the really skinny devil looking guy, but I'm not really interested in him. I just really wanted her. Wow. I can't believe I actually ended up getting her. Bro, the luck today has been crazy. That is awesome. Hell yeah. Bro, I cannot believe we actually got her. You know, and we only got but like 2 days before the thing's over with. Psh. Oh, hell yeah. Now that's what I'm talking about. Crazy. All right, let's get back.
Okay, got it. The alleged Russia operation taped 2 people. Is that tapped or taped? Tapped 2 people to set up the company. The names of to add its legitimacy, and 2 founders were aware Russian money backed operation. So the founders knew. Okay, does that mean the talent knew? I don't think the talent knew. The goal of the operation, according to prosecutors, was to fuel pro-Russian narratives in part by pushing content and news articles to Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump and others who Kremlin deemed okay. Among the commentators and media personalities, we read that, all have released statements saying that they were victims of the alleged Russian scheme and they maintained editorial content over what they created. Each has a loyal fan base with combined roughly 6 million followers. Wednesday indictment. The indictment outlines how one of the social media stars was approached by Tenet Media founder with an offer of $2 million a year to make videos for the company. One of the founders later wrote it would need to be closer to $5 million yearly to be interested, according to the indictment. The social media star expressed some skepticism about who was funding the idea. Eventually, the social media star agreed on a contract of $400,000 monthly fee.
Wow.
4 weekly videos at $100,000 or $100,000 sign. That's $100,000 a video. The only money you make from YouTube, if it gets 1 million views, it's $6,000 to $8,000. And that's if it gets 1 million views, right? And most of
so what I like, this was really awesome that they actually spilled this, because it's always hard to say more or less, but it's nice to know that if you get a video, if you're you know, you get ad revenue, so like you're in an ad program or whatnot. So a single video that gets 1 million views equates to about 6 to 7, like roughly about $6,000, right? That's quite a lot of money. We're talking I want to say what? I want to say somebody making like $50,000 a month after taxes, like assuming they're just like a one person, would be getting paid after state and federal taxes is probably getting paid like somewhere around $3,000 US, and that's making $50,000 a month, right? Or $50,000 a year, excuse me, right? That's if you have a salary of that. So if you make a single video that hits the million view, and you get paid $6,000 or $7,000 that one video, like this is how people that be producing videos maybe every month or like 1 or 2 videos a month, right? And if they get super lucky in the, you know, in their quality or algorithm or whatever, and they're producing multi-million view videos and multi-videos a month, this is how people are making millions of dollars a year. Just making YouTube videos. So it's amazing. So with that being said, now that you have that in mind, so the fact that the Russians were paying them $100,000, basically $100,000 a week, right? And there is no guarantee or no requirement for your videos to even hit a certain viewpoint. We just want to give you this money so you could just make the videos. And we're gonna pay you $100,000. Ding ding ding, right? It would be like, but I don't know, right? Maybe I would have been like Temple. I would have just played dumb. It's just been like, you know, I was just been like, shh, I don't know. If you hate piracy and want to support creators of anime, don't go to Anyway Best. You wouldn't want to get free shit for free and fast on their official service. Bro, this guy is incredible over here. But I just want to take a closer look at this message at a later point in time. With this being said, you know, maybe I would have played dumb, you know, and just would have been like, you know, you know, I can't say for sure whether or not like this is, you know, these people may be bad or not. As far as I know, this is money. They're not asking me to do anything in particular. They just want to give me the money, and so I'd be like, oh, okay, cool, and just just do that. I'm just like kind of playing around, more or less, sort of, kind of, per se. Cause it'd be a little bit grimy, but like I wouldn't necessarily knock somebody if they just would just do it, right? Or maybe, you know, you could take the money and then go to the federal government, go to like the FBI or something, and then be like an informant, and you just continue collecting the money, and then you continue to feed the, you know, the FBI or CIA or whoever with like the information on like where the money's coming from, so they could do their investigation or whatnot, or find the sources. And then as long as you just get to keep the money, hey, you know, hey, it is what it is, you know. And that's something I would almost for sure do that for sure. You know what I'm saying? Like if the Chinese all of a sudden want to funnel me money, you best believe I'm going to the I'm going to the FBI, CIA, whoever, right? I'm gonna still take the money, but like, especially if you're not going to tell me I need to do anything. But I'm certainly am going to become an informant for the FBI, or become the agent or whatever, and just supply them information so they could eventually catch whoever is doing it and get y'all off the street. Truly discussing that these free services dare to offer better quality service than paid services. Fucking dare they be better than the premium stuff. Oh man. Well, you know something? I will have to look at this and see how this is to be the case. Because maybe you're right. Maybe these websites, because I'd be really interested in just looking at their user interface to really see like just the quality, maybe get some ideas of how to build websites with like nice interactions and whatnot. That'd be the only reason why I'd sit there and like look at some of these. So yeah, you know, that'd be really interesting. I do thank you for pointing that out. That is a good point. If they provide like nicer services than the stuff that people actually paid money to. VPN though. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure we'll use VPN. As I'm looking at these sites here. All right, so let's look at this. Oh, let's play this video.
Don't. Tenet Media U.S. founder are not named in the indictment, but business records of Tennessee reveal two people connected to the company. One Generally Donovan, a Twitter account for Donovan, that's why it's identified as Tenet Media. So those two were linked. The account describes Donovan as Chen's husband. Okay, I didn't know that. A private message between the two, May 2021, reads, so we're billing the Russian from the corporation, right? What? Okay, so then they knew. 2 weeks later, another message said, also the Russians paid, so we're good to bill them the next month, I guess. Ugh. Chen is a right-wing media influencer. She appeared on some Tenet Media videos and has more than 500,000 subscribers. The Russia-controlled. As of Thursday afternoon, Turning Point USA has deleted web pages featuring Chen. I didn't know that. A YouTube video referenced the indictment further describes Tenet Media as a project of Lauren Chen and her husband. Blaze Media on Thursday said it fired Chen. Blaze, a subset of Glenbeck, founded conservative outlets, taking out a page of previously promoted content Chen produced, including her show Pseudo-Intellectual. Lauren Chen was an independent contractor who's this is not good for them. YouTube has removed Tenet channel. Oh, wow. Associated with Chen, a YouTube spokesman. Following an indictment from U.S. Department of Justice after careful review, Lauren Chen ongoing. The company's investigation into the matter is ongoing. Neither Chen. Okay, Tom, what do you know about the story? What else do you think or know about the story?
So I've been diving into this.
Oh, wait, Poole said something. Let me just read the last one of Poole. Keep going down. Should these allegations prove true, I well as the other personalities and commentators were deceived and are victims.
Gotcha.
The show is produced in its entirety by our local team with input. Got it. And then Ruben said those allegations clearly show that I and other commentators were the victims of the scheme. I know absolutely nothing about any of this fraudulent activity, period. The DOJ has never contacted me regarding the matter, and I have no intentions to comment further.
Yay for making a study on these services so you can send an educated complaint to them how they need to make their service more shit so people in the know would rather pay than use them. Oh yeah, for sure. You know, definitely. I'm all about filing complaints. For sure.
Is there any other quotes at the bottom? Boom, boom, boom. No, go ahead, Tom.
So there's a couple things here, and I've been diving into this, and I was looking at it, and I was kind of stunned because we've just come from, a decade in financial services, PBD, and we have to sit through compliance, and we have to sit through a thing that's connected to the Patriot Act, and if you bought a house or got a mortgage, you have to fill out forms that are related to KYC, know your customer, because there's a lot of laundering that happens. Like people will throw money into annuity, and then they withdraw the annuity, accept the 15% fee they have to pay, but now the 85% of the money has been laundered effectively. So when someone comes to you, so with that in the back of my head, I'm saying, why weren't people asking two questions, simple two questions? Why are these guys knocking on our door, or this woman, willing to pay 18 times the CPM, you know, the normal ad rate? It's like somebody walks up to your gas station and says, hey, Vinny, gas across the street is $3 a gallon, right? 18 times, so 30. I'll pay you $54.
But and again, to be fair, like, you know what I'm saying, like, if it's not necessarily immediately look crazy to you, like, yeah, it seems crazy, but like, if you ain't, well, for people to have, like, obviously, if you have a company and you have like you already get a lot of money and stuff and whatnot, like, you definitely would be super duper skeptical. But like, if you was to just go to like some regular person street, you bet. No, for sure. I'm like, shit, I sure will takes this money, you know.
A gallon sold. You would say yes, but then you would say, why do you want to pay $54 a gallon for gas? Well, do you want to put an ad on my podcast? Like, what are you selling? Are you selling camping gear? Do you want to you want me to do a read for your camping gear? Get Vinny's camping gear. And, you know, is that what you want to do? No, we want you to make some videos for us. That would be red flag number 2. Wait a minute. You don't just want me to read, or you don't have an ad you want to run. You actually want me to make content for you. Well, I'm not really a content studio, sir. I don't make custom programming for companies. I have my podcast. And they said, no, well, it's just a couple videos. Go ahead and do it. And then people do it. Those two flags to me, I think it's tough to say, oh, I didn't know anything about this. And I think some people can say that they didn't know anything about it. But wouldn't it be kind of odd that somebody is paying so much more for an ad and then asking you to make content rather than just running some pre-rolls or do a read for their product? Those are the two flags.
And there's actually even more to it than that, right? Not only was it that they weren't asking them to run ads or promote any content, or promote like any like products or anything like that, but one thing too, which I think they might talk about it later, was I think like in the contract or whatever that Tim Pool and those people were sitting there making, the videos that they were making weren't even exclusive. Meaning that the videos that they were making for the people that they're that's paying them, right? Like they can publish those videos on their on those channels, but they get to use those videos however they want to as well and publish it on their own channels, right? So like they were literally just being paid just to do what they were already doing essentially, which is crazy, absolutely crazy. Linus Tech Tips, Linus Tech Tips been hacked like 5 times just because he is so greedy for money that he is installing random exe files that have Trojan and cookie stealers as session hijackers and oh yeah, I think I remember seeing a video about this where he got hacked. Dude has fallen for the same scam 5 times. Oh man, yeah, no. Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, I personally, I couldn't do it. Like, yeah, no, I couldn't do it. Like even the stuff that pop up on my stuff sometimes, like with the sponsorships and whatnot, I don't even sit there and just do it. But I'm not even really doing this more so for money. And then even if I was the one they get blessed to like be getting some type of like revenue and whatnot for it, like this is more for fun to me than like anything else, than like a money grinding expedition. But yeah, no, that's pretty crazy. Like somebody asking me like to advertise something for them, like, I almost certainly wouldn't do it unless it's a product that I've personally have used and feel like it is something that actually matches how I would like generally like recommend or field it to other people. I'm not gonna do it just because somebody just gave me money to do it. Absolutely not. Let's see. Increase Overlord Heroes attacks, lifesteal. 50%. I think I'm gonna want this. Maybe. Yeah. 50% is a lot. 50% lifesteal is crazy.
Flags I see, I believe the influencers that say we didn't know it was connected to Russians. I believe them. But you got to sit there and say, somebody knocking on your door and doing that, isn't that kind of crazy? And then my last point, Bongino's right. If something's too good to be true, you better ask questions about it, because we have witnessed the weaponization of our Justice Department. We have witnessed a season of dirty tricks, and we have witnessed what PBD correctly called last year the year of investigations. So why would you expose yourself to be any of that if you know you're a right-wing voice and you know that there's people who would love to see you stumble?
Yeah, and especially, the majority of them are pro-Trump supporters. You would think, you would really think about it, because right now, Tom, how is this going to affect maybe an election? Because that's like election interference. Like if you think about it, they're spreading misinformation for Russia. I'm actually curious, Rob, was there anything like what video?
Yeah, review our totally underscore not underscore virus.exe program here. I love it. And you will get $1 billion for a video. That's a tech tips rock hard. Clicks it. Yeah. It's just crazy, right? We can't I'm trying to think what is one of the most sophisticated hacking schemes I have seen. There's some obvious ones. It's like, okay, like you're freaking retarded for falling for this, but there's some ones that are pretty intense with how they do it. I think probably the most sophisticated ones are like the ones that trick you into clicking the links. Not that you get to like there's the obvious things where like you can check the URL, or you could tell this website's fake or whatnot, but it's a lot of times the most sophisticated ones I've seen are when they actually combine it with a 0-day exploit. So like where like there's no action that needs to happen from you. You just need to just visit the website, and then they can execute some 0-day exploit that exploits the browser you're using or something, or a particular like iOS device or whatever. And then they're able to then get some type of access to your device in order to get things. And I think the most sophisticated one is where they get the tokens or the cookies, like the session cookies or whatever, so that they can what is it, right? Where they can then bypass like the 2-factor authentications that be on an account, because they have like the session cookies, right? That like the pre-authorized cookies that they can use to like the grant them authorization. They just need to just make sure they have the same password or have the password to your account, which they may or may not be able to get through the same hack, or they might have gotten it through like some other means. Those are probably the most sophisticated ones I've seen, just because like you just need to just visit the link. And so like even if you'd be like, yeah, this is clearly fake, let me like jump out of that, it's already too late. So like even like I've once accidentally clicked on a link that was clearly phishing when I was just trying to hover, because like if you hover your mouse over a hyperlink, right? Because they can hyperlink text. You can put your mouse over it to actually for at least in Outlook to pop up the URL, so you're gonna see what the URL actually is, and you'd be like, yeah, clearly this is not right. They spelled like what they spelled they spelled Kroger's with like 2 S's or something, right? Like you wouldn't have like known unless you like paid really close attention. Something that you could probably easily miss. But like when I was hovering my mouse, like my finger like literally accidentally clicked on it, and then like it was just like, oh, come on. Like, trust me. It wasn't one of those things. It was one of those like test phishing things, but yeah, like those are the ones that can particularly hold you if you just accidentally like click on a link, But yeah. Also, U.S. government has had North Korea laptop farms as it employees. Basically, North Korea pays some guy, lady to have multiple laptops in his or her basement where they are remotely controlled by North Korea, and then those devices work for U.S. government. Let me read this one more time. So the U.S. government has a North Korean laptop farms as its employees, where the North Koreans pay somebody to please have all these laptops here, make sure they're connected to the internet, and so that we can access them. So they're remotely controlled by North Korea, and then those devices work for the U.S. government. That's quite a conspiracy. A conspiracy setup there that you got there, my friend. For sure. Okay, I'm gonna go with this here. I wonder if I can beat this labyrinth on the first try. Like all the way down to the very bottom. I doubt it, but we'll see. Oh, let's go back to the video.
Did Tim Pool put out? Is there anything that specifically like connects him PBD where he's on his show? Like if you go to X and put Tim Pool Russia, is there anything that he said that you would say like, see, what is that? What's the first one that comes up? Ukraine is the enemy of this country. He didn't know he was working for a company that took 10. So they're saying that videos that he's making in the past pretty much sound like Russia was behind, like maybe influencing.
Can you play that clip, Rob?
Can you play, Rob?
But I don't know that it matters anymore.
It's been in the news. Wait, what, did I just stop an ad?
Why did no one tell American drivers about this new rule? What people don't realize is that if you drive less than 50 miles a day and
this is psychotic.
It's been in the news multiple times and it keeps happening. For hacker news, I recommend this channel. Ooh, we got a channel for Hacker News here. Let's take a look. A sentence on egg. Sued by government for using Tor to expose them. Is Telegram really a criminal's paradise? My understanding is a lot of people. Isn't the CEO even getting the business from France? Or I think I remember reading a story about that. I'm pretty sure the CEO is getting caught up by the French government because like bad people like to use like his platform for stuff, and I think he wasn't complying with like warrants or something. Hacked for DNS poisoning, customers pawned. Okay, yeah, this actually seems like this would be something good too. A breakdown of tech, cybersecurity related news tech. This would actually be something I'd be interested in looking at. Thank you so very much.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of this country.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it matters anymore.
Like just look at like how that just starts off, right? Ukraine is the enemy of this country. How? And like for what? and for like what reason? Like it's stuff like that. Like you like when you hear it, even if you don't know like they're being funded and stuff, it's like bro, like you're it's a little extreme. But now that we know that this Russian asset basically, right, was being paid, now like it all just makes like all the perfect sense. And so like now like all these people that just pop out of nowhere that be having like these points that conveniently like help like a particular like adversary country, it's like, okay, like I see where your priorities as well as your potential like secret money funding is coming from. So it's just like crazy. Use this here
anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country.
Also, this is pretty good virus testing channel and such nonsense. Huh? Has such nonsense. What is this? Oh, you know something? Let me put my decks back up now. Let me see. Eric Parker, obscure technology, malware investigations, open source software. How does Button is hacking people? The ChatGPT trading strategy is malware. Of course it is. Bitdefender free antivirus versus wild malware. Yeah, how to check if your PC is hacked. Scam alert is Minecraft universal dupe method. Scam is fooling so many people. Interesting. Keep this in mind here.
Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Man, I didn't even know it's 3 a.m. We'll give this like another hour, and then
they are expanding this war.
To sleep.
Now, don't get me wrong. I know you've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused. A German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia.
Ooh. And the crazy thing is that sounds like verbatim a script that the Russians would most certainly want you to read. It's just so funny. Like even he's looking at it like, and it's like, yeah, dog, like that just sounds crazy.
And I just randomly told them to do that. But now you know what sucks about the situation? People like me, my opinion with the fund, like the amount of money that we sent to Ukraine is ridiculous. But when you hear something like that, now it's like, wait a minute. Did he know? Like, was this money in the bank?
Yeah, I don't want to, you know, I don't know where that comes from. That could have been Tim Pool doing an honest news report, you know, giving his take on it and being, that's really the way he felt. But when you put these two things together, it opens Tim up, unfortunately, for a lot of people to say, hey, what's going on here?
Adam,
and again, I'm not levering, you know, an indictment here.
Adam, what's your thoughts?
Well, you know, those sometimes you see in the newspapers or on TV and they say, you know, breaking news. And then at the end will say, this is an ongoing story, details still more to come. I want to see what the details still more to come. What we know the facts are, from what I can establish, is that Lauren Chen, who we've known.
She sat here.
She's been on the show. We saw her last time I saw her, she was at the AmFest that Charlie Kirk does out there in America Fest, Turning Point event that he did in Arizona. She was there. She just had another baby. Her husband, Liam Donovan, his name, I guess, was apparently allegedly the president of this Tenet Media. So he was sort of the liaison with all this. What I found interesting was they said there was a message from May of 2021 in that article. So meaning this has been over 3.5 years that they've been doing this investigation, I would assume, or at least going back that far. So I don't know anything about what Benny did or what Ruben did or what Tim Pool did. Let them speak for themselves. This is just, 2016 all over again. Russia.
Yeah.
What's going on here? So yeah, a lot of more questions need to be asked.
But from reading what Pat just,
That's the thing that just pisses. That's the thing that's. Oh my god, it just pisses me off so much, bro. Like I don't understand. Like why they're still on this Russia thing. Like, bro, like just drop it. Just drop it, right? The Mueller investigation pulled out like 12 indictments, right? It wasn't just a hoax or nothing. Like they actually charged these Russian companies that were sitting there and were doing these things to interfere with the election. I don't understand like why they keep on sitting there and just keep on like diminishing as if like the Mueller investigation came out of nowhere for no good reason and produced no results whatsoever. If it produced no results whatsoever, then maybe you could have said something. But like bro, like it's over with now. They've gotten the indictments. We found out that the Trump people, the people around Trump, were just retarded in how they were getting help from the Russians, but Trump himself probably maybe didn't know about the how much Russian mingling was going on with the people around him, but he didn't care because, like I said, at the end of the day, whatever just supports him and whatever blissful ignorance that he can just get away with, that's what he was going to do. So there just wasn't anything to just sit there and try to like go after him with. And Mueller even said it himself that if he thought that the president was innocent, he would have said so. And so he didn't say so, so therefore the president wasn't innocent. And because the president obviously has control of the executive branch as well as the executive judicial system, so whether the Justice Department would even pursue anything, he was like, there just wasn't going to be no charges or nothing. So don't give me that. It's just so crazy, man. It's that shit that really pisses me off. New passive, awaken tier, and play this.
just read, she and her husband were messaging on X saying, hey, the Russians with the money. It's like, wait, what? Like, people don't even cover like, you got to cover your tracks if you're going to be that person.
Yeah. So a couple things on some like this. Just a few months. This is for us, and not everybody can do this. And I'm not saying you should do this. I'm just telling you this is what we chose to do. Just a few months ago, we cut out all our sponsorship except for a couple sponsorships that we do, and those are the ones we approached. And we said we have a relationship, we feel we can promote this. I announced one of them at the Vault, which is a big deal. I'll announce it here soon as well, because we're going to be going to Italy to do certain things with them, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. But I noticed that when you take money from sponsorships, you have to be a little bit careful, right? When you're taking money from sponsorships. A few years ago, this happened.
I mean, U.S. talking about Russia collusion is just retarded. I mean, U.S. colludes and meddles with others' politics so much that U.S. even got Australian Prime Minister fired for saying that he won't tolerate U.S. meddling, and he will kick U.S. military bases off from their soil if they don't stop. Yes, I'm pretty sure the U.S. does meddle, or I think like what is it? Like they just like they just like to dump money. For countries that aren't like actually directly hostile, I think they just dump money in like opposition groups or whatever. And then for the for the countries that are actually hostile, then like you get the actual like insider agents, secret, coup, whatever stuff that be happening. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this type of stuff more or less happens. I mean, at the end of the day, like all countries do the whole spying, passing information stuff and whatnot, right? That's all. That's when you get on to your whole like little secret spy type of thing. So like all the countries do it, so you just got to be the one that just does it and don't get caught. Or you get like you get cut. And by cut, I mean you lose your life, because I mean that's typically what it is. This isn't espionage. I think espionage is usually punishable by death. So as a matter of fact, didn't the Chinese bust some like some operatives, some Chinese citizens that were like being operatives? Didn't they give them the death penalty? I think that's what happened, right? Chinese spy death A former CIA translator convicted 2 weeks ago of spying for the Chinese for more than 30 years apparently committed suicide. No, that's not what I wanted. China catches spy. Let me try that one and see. Agent case in New York is I know that. China claims it caught a foreign consultant spying for. Chinese has detained the head of overseas consultant for allegedly spying on the Asian nation for the British government. Uncut another spying case in U.S. China's top spies just said on Sunday a Chinese citizen who worked for a defense institute has been accused of spying for the United States. Let's see. Also, before you are hostile to Russia about Ukraine war, think about a scenario where Russia and China were making a military alliance with Mexico. Ask yourself, would U.S. not invading Mexico to stop that from, what you call it? Possibly, but there's a flaw in that because, I mean, first and foremost, right? NATO has been very clear on its defense posture for regarding why it exists, right? It exists to be as that whole, what do you call it, that whole defense thing against Russia when Russia was sitting there and getting super aggro with all those countries. So like Russia invading the sovereign nation of Ukraine just because like they were talking about or wanting to join NATO. I mean, look, you can sit there and you can say that could have been a justification for invading them. At the end of the day, as long as you're not hostile, then it doesn't matter, right? Because like, are you sitting there to say that this entire group or collection of countries, like the U.S., France, Britain, they're just going to start some random ass war with Russia? Or are they going to sit there and make a defense alliance that in case Russia was to sit there and do anything crazy, right? Now we have a whole military alliance and we have equipment and everything to sit there and to quickly respond to the Russians. So it's a completely different circumstance that I would say there. But like to your point, if Mexico was all of a sudden hostile, I don't know to what degree the U.S. would take in kind of intervening in that regard. Especially for a country that's like right next to us. I feel like we'd have like a lot of different things we sit there and be able to leverage before we sit there and would do like a ground invasion, like how Russia did with with Ukraine. And then to be fair too, and probably the most important thing here, I mean, would you say Russia and China aren't hostile to USA? So how would you feel about having hostile power making nuclear bases next to your border? I don't know about making nuclear bases or moving nuclear heads. Like we've been pretty open about our whole non-nuclear proliferation case there. So I seriously doubt we have nukes. I mean, maybe we do have nukes in Poland. I seriously doubt it. Do we have? Let's check. I doubt we have nukes in Finland, Poland, or any of those places. Where do we have nukes in Poland? Poland has said his country is ready to host NATO members' nuclear weapons to counter Russia. So we don't have nuclear weapons in Poland right now. So I seriously doubt we would sit there because wasn't that, as a matter of fact, wasn't that the whole agreement like on the Soviet Union side where like they had like their missiles in Cuba, right? And that's because we had missiles in Turkey. That's just talk. Would they tell the public about the nuke locations, right? But the thing is like, this is thing with satellites. Like if we can sit there and we can tell with pretty good certainty when you're moving like really important really important missiles, or just like pretty serious military hardware. Isn't that what we found with when Russia was moving those nukes to Belarus, right? Like we had all the satellite imagery to show us them building, because you can't, they're not just like regular missiles. You can't just like store them where you would store regular missiles at, right? There's a special, I want to say a special procedure, a special type of place. Like you gotta have like nuclear weapons at, right? So like we got to sit there and we saw the satellite imagery of them building the special facility where Russia was going to hold those nuclear things, and we got to see the shipment that had the actual nuclear weapons as they were like, well, but we have the capability to see like when they would like then begin moving those, you know, so because that's all important stuff that you have to be able to catch and what's the word I'm looking for? That's the kind of things that you have to be able to like spot and see, and you have to be fairly public about, because you don't want to get any kind of misunderstandings. If we sit there and we started building certain kind of bases or certain kind of facilities in Poland, and then we started moving some like what was clearly a lot of like military or some big military hardware into Poland, then yes, right, this would obviously set Russia off, and Russia would have like some serious problems with it. So like I seriously doubt that we would have then begin doing that. Soviet agreed with USA that the all Baltic states will stay neutral, but how you have almost all Baltic states like Estonia, Latvia, Poland, and such, thus breaking the promise to happen to NATO, the USSR. My understanding is that at the end of the day, that these countries are they're sovereign, right? So like it's their choice whether they want to join NATO or not. As a matter of fact, like hey, you know what I'm saying? Like even the reinforce that further, right? Right? Wasn't it, what was it, Switzerland? Whatever those countries are that were like famously been like independent and didn't want to join no military alliance. After Russia invaded Ukraine, what did they decide to do? They applied for NATO membership, right? Like at the end of the day, these countries, right? The US, you know, it's not like the US is forcing these countries to join NATO. Like these countries still have to like want to do it themselves. So you know, I don't know, that's more on Russia's fault in that regard. For being the aggressive big bully that wants to sit there and like make these countries feel less safe, and now they feel like they have to join NATO to ensure that they won't be invaded or have anything crazy going on with them. As a matter of fact, now that I think about it, so what would have been sovereign, but the agreement was no NATO. With what? With the sovereign countries? Then they have to take that with the sovereign countries then, right? That has nothing to do with whether a country wants to join NATO or not, right? Like you can make that agreement all you want with NATO, but NATO has a pathway for you to join NATO, right? That doesn't have to be the Baltic states. And if the Baltic states want to join, then that, I mean, it is what it is. And then furthermore, the big thing I want to add too, if I'm not mistaken, right? What was their justification for invading Crimea then? Right? Russia reason for invading Crimea. Right? Because I think because didn't Ukraine make its NATO ambitions known only recently? And then that was what triggered Russia to then like try to invade all of Ukraine. So what was the reason for the Crimea Peninsula? To ensure proper conditions for the people of Crimea to be able to freely express their will. Yeah, see, that's that bullshit I'm talking about. That's neutral mean neutral, not that you host the enemy military in your country. Well, I mean, again, that's what that country, right? I don't know if Switzerland's hosting anybody yet, but like I'm pretty sure they participate in what training exercises and whatnot. But I mean, they can host if they want to. I mean, at the end of the day, that's between them and the sovereign countries. It's like a country that joins NATO does not have to host. As far as I'm aware, and we can double check this to make sure. Does a NATO country have to host NATO military? Does not have to have its own armed forces, so allies commit troops and equipment on a voluntary basis. So I already know this. I just want to know if they were use American forces bases the way, let's see. As set forth by the treaty, are responsible for each other's security, and accordingly agreed to host the militaries of other nations with the prior approval of the host nation, of course, right? And I'm sure that we sat there and we dug in through like their actual like the NATO documents that we'd find it, right? Because my understanding is that you can't you like when you join NATO, you don't lose your sovereignty on a lot of different things. So. The crying thing happened with the 2014 coup. Well, I don't know what to tell you, right? Because at the end of the day, they won't joining NATO back then. So it's like, well, so they just didn't want a country that would have been more friendly to the United States, right? So what does that tell all of the other countries, right? That would have naturally just been more friendly to U.S. My understanding of things you're referring to is like the people's involvement to like usurp the, whatever main government faction party, whatever, as in Ukraine, to get it with like more West positive, a more West positive government, right? So all those other countries that want to be neutral militarily with Russia, but then wants to like be supportive of the West and stuff, then have to worry about the Russians all of a sudden wanting to then invade their countries. I don't know. You don't lose sovereignty, but you lose your neutrality. You do lose your neutrality, yes, right? But you don't lose your sovereignty. So, like, if the whole issue is with hosting the enemy's military in your country, you just don't host the enemy's military in your country then, right? You can be part of NATO. And like I say, you can be part of NATO and not host NATO's equipment or military in your country right next to Russia if you worried about provoking Russia. But since you're part of NATO, it doesn't even matter anymore because NATO has the Article 6, right? So now that you're part of NATO, now you're good. Now, if Russia sits there and felt like they were going to have whatever random ass reason, like with Crimea, to invade you, they can't do it now because they know if they sit there and they do anything with you, all of NATO will be on that ass. Like that was the whole point of NATO. So it was to stop Russia from doing that stupid stuff. So I don't know. At the end of the day, is the individual country's choice. They can choose to be part of NATO or not. And Russia, unfortunately, gives them every reason to do so. Russia gave them every reason to do so with how they acted in Crimea and then how they acted with Ukraine in its entirety. As a matter of fact, let me see something real quick here. Let me go to the map. Google Maps. Right. Let's zoom out. I believe this is all of China, right? Yeah, what? We got the South Korea and North Korea over it, which is in like with China, but then we got Japan. I think the Philippines the Philippines are pretty friendly because China's sitting there and fucking with the water access. I want to say Vietnam is also pretty friendly too because China be fucking with their water access. I think these would be like some really good examples here, right? Because I'm pretty sure that the Philippines was it the Philippines that like recently within like the last couple of years started expanding their like military cooperation with the US. And why was that? Because then the Chinese started digging into like this whole South China Sea thing, saying that they basically own all of it. So like these fishing boats that the Philippines use to feed their people, you can't fish over here no more, like type stuff. Like it's just like it is what it is. Like, if the countries have a problem with it, they need to like stop acting OG aggressive to all these like littler countries. So Russia doing it with Ukraine, right? Now all of a sudden, where we at? We got Poland. Who else we got here? Where's Switzerland and all them at? Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. I want to visit these countries though, man. These probably be like, oh, here go Finland. Here goes Sweden. Here goes Sweden, Norway, Finland. Hell yeah. Yeah, because China thinks whole South China Sea belongs to them. I mean, to be fair, it does say the South China Sea, right? That's how it is. But like to be on a more serious note though, like honest to God, I truly do believe like if these countries would have just been a little bit more chill with the people around them, I'd like they would have been like none of this expansionism and none of this like U.S. global military reach and whatnot. Honestly, like if they just like drop the shit, I think like things would just be like relatively chill. Nobody's trying to like start a war, especially like not nowadays, right? Because like we saw how bad like World War II was, and World War II didn't use nearly any of the things that like we know everybody is in possession of now. And World War II is the last major war prior to the nuclear weapons, right? Because then we just, we were the first ones and the only ones to use the nukes in Japan, and we saw the destruction. And then the thing is that the nukes used in Japan, right, were like in kilotons of power, or I think it was like kilowatts or whatever like the measurement is. And now we're in like the mega, the mega territory for nuclear yield. So we're talking about the, destruction capabilities. This is never before seen on this planet, with energy, like with heat more hotter than the sun. So I would really, nobody's trying to like do no war. Have you seen, random question, have you seen all of the crazy stuff that happened during the Cold War? Like all of the mistakes and accidental like nuclear bombs that like fell in like what is that, like North Carolina, or the accidental training material that was put in the one of the like command centers or whatever that made it look like there was a bunch of missiles coming, so maybe we should respond, or the thing with the submarine that the Russians had where they thought there was attacking and the commander wanted to shoot a nuclear missile, or the false nuclear missile order that I think it was like that went to Japan, or was it one of the other countries where they told the commander, where they told that that entity to shoot one single nuclear missile to China, and he was like, "This can't be right." It's just crazy. You should look at the Tsar bombs. It was blown up in Russia but broke windows in Finland. Yeah. U.S. is moving all its warships near Israel because Israel been sending missiles to Iran and such. Yep. The whole show of strength and stuff to show like if Iran wants to do anything, like, we're already there to assist Israel to help them fend off any attacks. And the whole the Tsar bomb, yeah, like I'm already aware of the Tsar bomb, like Russia's like most strongest nuclear bomb, right? And we're talking about, Finland's all the way over here, and then wherever they detonated at, I think they detonated it like somewhere over here. Was it over here? It was like, I think it was like actually like one of these up here, right? And yeah, that's crazy that, bust windows that far away. But that just goes to show you, bro. So then you drop a nuclear bomb like that in a city, and it's just like, it's a wrap. And then the real problem with something like that too is, although I think there's a special detonating mechanism for the nuclear bomb. So like, even if like if it hits something really hard, that would in itself wouldn't set it off. There's a mechanism for it. But the thing that always worries me is that like if the nuclear missile was like intercepted, if they saw that it was about to be intercepted and they just set it off while it was wherever it was in space, that reaction with like the the ozone or like whatever the atmosphere that's sending electrical discharge that'll like basically screw all the electronics and stuff, like it's just no fun for anybody. So that's why we just really should just stay away from the whole thing. Funny that Israel strikes Iran, then gets U.S. Navy to threaten them to not strike back. Yes. More so. I'm trying to remember what was Israel's reason for striking Iran. I can't remember. But yes, this I do. I do kind of more or less agree with. That they would sit there, they would launch the attack, and then we were sitting there coming to aid them and fending off like the retaliatory attack. I just don't remember what the exact reason was. I think it was a somewhat like, I think it was like it was for some reason. I just don't remember what it was for. Yeah. Okay, let's finish this up.
Twice, guys. First time I get an email from this media company in New York. Says there's a
after the segment,
the richest man in China wants to invite you for a fundraiser.
Oh yeah,
you remember
2020? I remember
2020.
Yes,
You were there when we.
I was there, and then you had to fly, and then you had to make the donation.
So,
I remember.
So he says this guy right here, that guy right there, Jean
Song Sanshan,
whatever that is, that person right there, is doing a event.
I don't know about every few months, but they have been They have been on the offense lately, doing preemptive strikes when they get intel. My understanding is that the Israeli intel thing, besides October 7th, that their intel has been pretty like top tier, and so they've been really good at gathering intel like before strikes and stuff happens and whatnot. So like my understanding was that like what wasn't it that like the Lebanese were getting ready to launch like some like massive attack or whatever, and then like they did a preemptive strike on like where the where they had like a lot of the missiles are, and then like so they was able to shoot or destroy a lot of that stuff before the Lebanese then started sending missiles. I could be getting the countries mixed up. Maybe it was a different country. There was that was that right? They know where like all of the like the high value targets at, and then they're able to like then go like pluck them off in these other countries. That strike in Iran was particularly crazy, and then I think they also like did a strike in Lebanon like for a high value target. It's just crazy. A few months ago, they killed Iranian general in Iranian embassy in Syria. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, was it Syria though? I thought they actually killed somebody in Iranian territory, but maybe it was Syria. I don't know. That stuff's crazy.
And you're invited to it.
But again, right? That tells you just the level of just like how top tier their intelligence, whatever, however they're gathering intelligence is crazy. And then to be able to then strike at the exact moment at the right time without getting like shot down or whatever is crazy.
They want to give you, I don't know what the number was.
It was like $250,000, and then they're going to gift you another $250,000 that you're going to donate.
So they're going to
something like that. It's like $500,000.
They're going to give me $500,000, okay, of which I keep $500,000, of which the $250,000 I donate to the charity. Yeah. And they say they want to recognize you in front of everybody, and they want you to be over here and da-da-da-da-da, right?
In China.
So then we do a Zoom. Yeah. And we do a Zoom to just kind of learn from what this, and the representative, the publicist of the company were both Asian girls. And 2 times this happened. One time it was about this person. This one was $1 million. The other one was $600,000, give or take. And I'm like, yeah, no, okay. And, you know, but here's the thing. What if the average person does like $600,000? You kidding me? You're going to give me $300,000, pay for my flight, put me in a hotel, take me to the best restaurants, and all I have to do this?
Let's go. The majority of people, I'm in.
You're tempted. But you have to be very careful with that. Second thing,
yeah, but like we I actually like did a quick look at the U.S. budget. I mean, not to say that the U.S. doesn't give a lot of money to Israel, but with regards, they killed my person. No, with regards to like is the Israeli budget though, it's actually not that come on, little thing here. It's actually not the amount of money that we give to them actually contributes at like a really small portion. I think it's like 10-11% of their budget, and it's all like just military. It's all just military stuff. It's all just like military equipment and whatnot. So like, I don't know. Should I put? No, you're right. What I need to do is I need to do this, and then this, because that'll make that a little stronger. But yeah, because I lost my train of thought for a second since my person died. Sorry. But yeah, like the U.S. money, we give the Israelis a lot of money, but it's actually it's not that much of their budget. Their intelligence gathering is like pretty good. All U.S. malware is developed in Israel and then pay Israel to spy on U.S. citizens. It's funny that they get around the Constitution by paying other countries to do the spying. I don't know if they need a foreign country to sit there and spy on their people. They can just get a warrant. I mean, we do it all the time. We just, I'm pretty sure we just get a warrant. If we suspect you of like having any criminal activity or whatnot, we just get a subpoena. We just get a warrant and stuff, and then we're able to wiretap you and whatnot. I mean, there's been plenty of cases of that. Regarding the U.S. malware thing, I do remember, what was it? I can't remember, like unicorn or something, but like that thing that we did with regarding like Iran's like nuclear centrifuges, where like we got like the malware in there, and like the malware then went crazy. And I think it was like through the help of the Israelis. So I am aware of that in that sense, that the Israelis do a lot of stuff in that regard. Where is okay? Okay, we're at level 2. There's usually, I think, like maybe 5 levels to the labyrinth, I think. So I am gonna need to revive, or should I try to hold out for just swapping the? I want to come over here anyway, so I do have to go this way. All right, let's just go ahead and revive.
Market is so interesting today, and you know everyone's gonna mess up at some point. that you have to be also very careful with who you align yourself up with. You can have people that you're on your show, you're having conversations, all this other stuff. But actual business partnership with certain people, you have to be very, very meticulous, careful, detailed, all of that. Now, Tim Pool is a talent. Dave Rubin is a talent. Lauren Chent, very attractive, well-spoken, seems sharp. Maybe they needed the money. I don't know. And then you're putting this in email exchange. So you're incriminating yourself. You are a part of it based on some of the stuff that you've done. But it's a very slippery. This game, by the way, this will be a non-story in about 2 weeks. Everybody will move on. Yeah. Okay, that's how the news cycle works. When you're in it and you're them, you think this is the end of your career, whatever. In 2 weeks, you move on. Now, Lauren, this will forever be tagged.
For sure.
This is staying with you. Okay, that you're gonna have to answer and explain yourself, and maybe even take on the position of, yeah, we made a mistake and and move on. And Mark may forgive you eventually, but the other big guys that are out there. The bigger you get, the more you're going to get targeted by interesting people. You have to be super, super careful.
I've never heard about that. 14 eyes? Let me see. 14 eyes. 14 Eyes Surveillance Alliance explained. 14 Eyes is a surveillance agreement where the member countries agree to share intelligence with one another. Ah, this is cool. Let's figure out what this is. Jesus Christ. Let's see. A surveillance alliance is an agreement between multiple countries to share their intelligence with one another. This includes things like the browsing history of any user that is of interest to one of the member countries. 5 Eyes and 14 Eyes are two alliances of 5 and 14 countries, respectively, that agree to share information with one another whenever it is mutually beneficial. All right, so yeah, mutually beneficial. Okay. They were originally made during the Cold War as a means of working together to overcome a common enemy, which was the Soviet Union, but still exist today. These terms are commonly associated with internet privacy debates, and they are two of the largest and most well-known surveillance alliances in existence. What is the 14 Eye Alliance? Does also talk about the, I guess it only talks about the 14, not the 5. Okay. I was also going to want to know what the 5 was. 14 Eyes is an alliance of 14 different countries that have agreed to share their intelligence. Some say it's up to 22 eyes now. Interesting. With one another. Its origin goes back to 1943 when an agreement was reached between British and U.S. on a 10-page communication intelligence agreement. It originally started with only 5 countries and was known as the Brusa Agreement. Okay. After that, the program grew to 9 countries and now includes 14 total countries. In addition to these 14 countries, there are other supporting countries that are not official members but regularly contribute to its network. The 14 Eyes include, okay, so that's probably where the thing about the 22 probably comes from. Australia, Canada, New Zealand, United Kingdom, United States, Denmark, Netherlands, France, Norway, Germany, Belgium, Spain, Sweden, and Italy. In addition to these members, there are other countries that are considered partners or affiliates of the 14 Eyes Alliance. These countries include, I'm just look back. I don't see Finland on here. Interesting. Okay. Israel, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, British overseas territories. Oh yeah, the British do have this weird thing with like their territories. Interesting. So Israel is not an official member. Okay. I kind of figured that Japan and South Korea probably wouldn't be that. And I didn't even know Singapore. Okay. They're not official members, but they would like aid and be helpful. Potential concern. Why is 14 Eyes a potential concern? The reason the 14 Eyes Alliance is such a problem is that it allows governments to spy on their own citizens by using other countries as a proxy. For example, U.S. intelligence agencies may not be able to legally spy on their own citizens, but they may ask another member's intelligence agency to spy on U.S. citizens for them and feed them the information. In return, the U.S. governments will do the same for that member country, and there's not a whole lot that can be done because it's a completely different country and doesn't fall in the U.S. jurisdiction. After the sort of incident, I don't think anyone can deny the fact that countries spy on their citizens, and alliances like this that make it harder. Yeah, I guess sort of. But I don't know. I don't know how much of this I sit there believe. So here's my initial discrepancies that I'm gonna have with it. So first and foremost, right? If we're gonna use another country to spy on your citizens, that means that we're acknowledging that that our network and like people of interest, like there's a means for other countries to gain access to the systems and the things that US citizens use to be spied on, right? Would be like the first, like, probably public point of concern. So then the second thing too is just that, like, how do we even know that these countries are even collecting like the information that we even truly want and at the depth that we're kind of looking for, right? Right. It would just be like way easier if we just do it ourselves by just going through the court system, where we get, like, what we usually do is we go through the court system, say, hey, here's our evidence to show that we think that this person is up to something, and we would like to get a subpoena or a warrant that allows us to tap such and such, things, or gather this such and such information, do this such and such surveillance, which has been the typical, like, standard. This was like the whole Patriot Act, right? After the whole 9/11 thing, this is why the Patriot Act became why they put the Patriot Act into action, so that we would sit there, go through the secret shadowy court system to be able to get the legal authorization to spy on citizens. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, and then the thing is, regarding Snowden, right? I mean, we already knew all the countries spied, and then the only big thing that was just obvious was just that the data collection that the U.S. was doing was getting U.S. citizens that had nothing to do with it wrapped up in it. And so, like, you had, like, the stupid people, right? That, I mean, you would have that anywhere, right? Anybody that has, like, the controls or the ability to do so would just be stupid and then use it for things that they're not supposed to, like actually like spying on like a U.S. citizen for no good reason stuff. Like, that was one of the things I remember the Stoner thing, like, pulling up, which is like, yeah, I can see that when like some retard sits there and like they come across like somebody's stuff and they just like no rhyme or reason they sit there and go in it. But like the biggest thing was just because like the technology was still all fairly new and stuff, right? And at the end of the day, right, what you're doing is that you're going to a point of access, and then you're grabbing all the data, and then you have to go through the data to then actually sort out to get to like the person that you want. So obviously that initial collection method is going to scoop up everybody else too, which is what like Snowden tried to make a big deal, but it was like when you actually look at the like technical details of it, like it just it makes sense, right? That's like saying your internet service provider, right, is sitting there spying on everybody, but I mean, like, all the data has to sit there and funnel through them. So like, I mean, like, inherently, like, sure, I mean, that could be the case, but like that's not really. I mean, that's just when you're starting to get into like the technicalities behind it. They could look at anyone's live location without a warrant. Oh wait, I missed one. I mean, your phone providers just had a scandal where they were willing to sell live locations of all users to companies that sold the live location to journalists, private investigators, police, and feds. Let's see. Let's look it up and see. I haven't heard of this one, so let's see. Scandal, phone companies live location. In a wake of scandal involving third-party companies leaking and selling precise real-time location data on virtually all Americans who own a mobile phone, AT&T, Sprint, Verizon announced that they are terminating location data sharing agreements with third parties. Okay, so they were doing it with third parties. Let's see what it is. This was back in 2018. Okay. What was I doing back in 2018? Oh, I was just like doing some big transition stuff. That's probably why I didn't even like really. I wasn't even big into politics like that. Nobody's actively watching you, but all your data is out there waiting for governments, including ours, to use against us when it becomes useful. This is true. Yes, right. Your data, your data footprint, bro, is everywhere and can be easily pulled up at any point in time. It's like all of the break-ins and stuff that where they, the hackers get into like all these companies and then grab the data and then put it on like the shadow web or whatever, man. It's just like, and that's just another thing too, right? That's why I'm like, I'm like really skeptical about using a foreign country to like do spying and stuff, right? And then the thing is that like how risky that is, that you have another like a foreign country, right, that you don't necessarily have like complete control over. So like if they have a leak, right, or if like they have like some justice warrior in their country that then sits there and like exposes that, right, it's just so much easier for you to just do it in your own country, right? You can lock it down a lot better. I mean, in Florida, the government website sells your data to marketing people, which is pretty fine. Yes. Like we have this really bad thing. I think like what? I think this really came on its head when bro, what was it? Do I want to go through this or do I want to do? Yeah, I think I am gonna have to. I'm gonna go through this. Yeah, because I want to make sure I'm getting the experience as well as awakens. But like it was like really massive when Facebook, remember the whole Facebook thing, like when Facebook was sitting there and they was selling like all that data, and this came out like what, like 2015 2016. Like after that, like it became pretty obvious that these companies are sitting there and they're just like selling all your information. That's why like you just assume that everything you do on the internet is just like publicly accessible. To this day, I don't understand why people sit there and like try to use these things like these onion Tor systems, or try to use like these encryption messages. Like that, none of that stuff like truly matters, because at the end of the day, like the moment it leaves your device, anything you do that leaves your device, you just need to assume it can be put in anybody's hand. And then once you do that, just don't do anything illegal. Just stop doing illegal stuff, and then you're good. It's just crazy. Yeah, let me use this. I want to say your name right. Efree Thirsty. This is with the 4, so I don't know how I want to pronounce that. But thank you for joining. We're just looking over some stuff before I wrap up. But let me see this. In the wake of the scandal involving third-party companies leaking, selling precise real-time location data on virtual Americans who own a mobile phone, now say they're terminating the location data sharing. Let's see, had issue are companies known in the wireless industry as location aggregators, entities that manage requests for real-time customer location data for a variety of purposes, such as roadside assistance and emergency response. These aggregators are supposed to obtain customer consent before divulging such information. That's another thing that I usually see a lot of times too. Like when it comes down to it, it's usually some like a really odd agreement where like they were supposed to use it for one thing, but then they started using it for something else, and that's usually how they end up getting like caught. Because like if you think about it, if all they were doing was strictly for roadside assistance and emergency response and was actually adhering themselves to it, then it wouldn't. I think like the outrage wouldn't have been crazy. But then the moment you find out that the data is being used for something else, that's usually then like what ends up happening, right? And that's why like the whole Facebook thing became like so bad, right? Because they were just explicitly selling your data without no such agreement on like how the data was going to be used. So it was just like open season. Let's see. New York Times broke the story. Little-known data broker named Securus was selling local police forces around the country the ability to look up the precise location of any cell phone across all the major U.S. mobile networks. See? Right there, right? If they're supposed to use it for one thing, and then they're like, hey, we could start selling it, start doing this, that's where the problem comes. Then it emerged that Securus had been hacked. See? That's how you get exposed. I'm telling you, bro. Like you literally, it's always the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing, right? You get authorized to do something the right way. You start using it the wrong way, and then at some point, either somebody in the company leaks the information because they're like, what we're doing is clearly wrong, or you get hacked, and then your shit gets exposed anyway. Like it's just that's how it always happens every time. Its database of hundreds of law enforcement officer usernames and passwords were plundered. Jesus. We also learned that Securus data was ultimately obtained from a company called 3 Interactive, which in turn obtained its data through a California-based location tracking firm called Location Smart. In May 17, Curbs on Security broke the news. The research by Carnegie Mellon University PhD student Robert Zire, who discovered that the Location Smart try before you buy option and demo the company's technology was wide open, allowing real-time lookups from anyone on anybody's mobile device without any sort of authentication, consent, or authorization. Location Smart disabled its demo page shortly after the story. By that time, the senator already sent letters to AT&T Sprint asking them to detail any agreements to share real-time customer location with third-party aggregation firms. AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon all said they had terminated data sharing agreements with that company. In a written response to send widen, Sprint declined to share any information about third parties with which it may share customer location data, and it was the only one of the 4 carriers that didn't say it was terminating any data sharing agreement. They still would have. I guess maybe because Sprint wasn't Sprint like originally like outside of the U.S. Maybe they were a U.S. like a U.S. born company. I don't remember. Oh no, I'm thinking of T-Mobile. T-Mobile was not, I think it was like a German or some other company. T-Mobile and Verizon said each said they both share real-time customer data with 2 companies, Location Smart and another firm called Zumigo. None of these companies in turn provide services to a total of approximately 75 other customers. Verizon emphasizes Zumigo, unlike Location Smart, has never offered any kind of mobile location information download service via its site. Nonetheless, Verizon said it had decided to terminate its current location aggregation agreements with both of them. Verizon has notified these location aggregators that it intends to terminate the ability to access and use our customer location data as soon as possible. Reason for that is because there's likely a contract, right? So usually for something like that, it means it's on a contract, and if they break it, there's be some serious penalties and whatnot. So they gotta let the contract expire first, and they just won't renew it. Let's see what else here. Is there anything? And I see the message was on hold. Yeah, let's hit allow and let's see what you was actually saying. Also, there was a case pretty recently where a massive pedo producer got caught but was let go after the defense lawyer demanded to hear how FBI found him even though he used Tor. They rather let go massive pedo producer child trafficker just because they didn't want to expose their way of bypassing Tor anonymously stuff. I would probably look into that just because like how they're able to bypass the Tor anonymous stuff is actually already like publicly known, and a lot of times like from what I've seen, especially what I've seen personally, the only time they ever let pedos and child traffickers go is just when the evidence isn't there. So I really doubt, like for example, like if he was using the Tor thing to like download like the illicit stuff, the moment they just know and they just get the warrant, all they gotta do is just seize the system, and then like you can get like, let's say like you downloaded like a terabyte of photos or something like that, right? Like you can get a count, you can get a single count for every single photo, so then you end up with like 1,000 counts of stuff. So like usually like those cases are pretty easy to like prosecute, so the only reason they'll let it go is would be that. But as far as the Tor thing is very easy to bypass, because all it is Tor is just Tor. You know, you could set up your own like computer to act as a Tor relay. So what the government just does is they just host. What they do is if I recall correctly, it's like some kind of like little farm that they just made where they just have a bunch of Tors running on it. And so like you have like this big Tor like relay network that's under the government infrastructure, right? That you wouldn't know. So then what happens, right? Again, right? It's all about the access points. At the end of the day, it's all about the access points. You get to the access points and you can get everything. And then from there, you can siphon through it and get the ones you want, right? If you're using the Tor network just as an extra layer of security, you're not doing anything illegal, right? They'll find your stuff and it's whatever, right? But if you're doing like the illegal stuff, right? They're gonna identify it and they get it. So like with all of the Tor traffic, or a bulk of it going through their own like little personal Tor network farm thing, it's a done deal. I mean, FBI CIA hosts honeypots. They do host honeypots. This is true. They are bigger shares of CSA of that stuff. Maybe, possibly. That I don't know, but we'll see. But let's keep reading. Let's see. So they notified it in response, made no mention of any other company besides those two. Verizon deserves credit for taking quick action to protect its customer privacy and security shortly after. Well, you see, this is the thing that pisses me off with the government too, bro. Why not just like that's cool that they did it, right? But obviously this isn't illegal to do. Like the reason why I had a problem with it, because it felt like something that a company probably shouldn't do. So then why don't you then like start working towards passing a bill, start, galvanizing people to start supporting like some legislation process to like actually legislate that this shouldn't be allowed with the data sharing. Of all the other countries, like the US is just like so shitty when it comes to things like regulating dangerous chemicals like that get used in products, and then just like data privacy. It's just so stupid. It is so stupid. We're about to wrap up shortly. I think after this we're gonna call it for the day. Yeah, I guess I'll just use these two. Hell. Let's see. T-Mobile, if the company planned to follow suit and refer to a tweet today from CEO owner, I personally evaluated this issue and pledged that T-Mobile will not sell customer location data to shady middlemen. And the follow statement shared by T-Mobile said, we ended all transmission of customer data service and we are terminating our tolerating our location aggregator agreements. Yeah, like at the end of the day, like the problem was that y'all was doing it in the first place. That's just that's the problem. That's the problem, man. Like, oh, it's so crazy. Oh, I got two of these. Let me use this, move you over, and then we can do that so that way I get your alt. Okay, cool. They just milk the lobbyists for more money. I mean, they get more money from the lobbyists. They just milk for more money. Who gets the money from the lobbyists? The congressman. You're talking about the Congress people. The Congress people just get money from the lobbyists. Yeah, like they do get money, but I don't know. Wasn't there? I'm trying to remember. There was some research actually. So we do have a lobbying problem, but like it's actually somebody went through the details of it, or actually like pulled up the actual numbers. And when you actually look at the actually, right? I can use the actual word a lot of times. When you go through the nitty gritty with the numbers of how much money is actually getting pumped in, it actually was said that there wouldn't be, or that there isn't much of an impact, or it doesn't appear to be, right? There we go. It doesn't appear to be that the lobbying, so like the lobbyist groups that sit there and try to pump money to sit there and buy the congressman, doesn't have as much sway as we originally thought, like back in the day. Like many years ago, we just, there was like a big thing with like, oh yeah, these people are definitely being lobbied, so therefore this is why they're either passing these laws or not passing these laws. And then like over time, it just that started becoming like less and less pronounced with lobbying. I think you probably find more outside of the lobbying, because then you just got people that actually make actual business agreements or stuff with like the actual companies, like, hey, donate to my charity, or whatever stuff, right? As a matter of fact, wasn't Trump's son, Jared Kushner, didn't he, like, because he was in charge of like the whole Middle East thing, the peace and stuff, and then like when he resigned, and then like when he quit, then like it was like literally within a week later, like the Saudis like then donated like a bunch of money to like one of his things, right? That's where all of the influence and all of the stuff really comes from. Lobbying stuff I don't think really works as much anymore. Do we have anybody here that's actually worth getting? No, we do not. So we will ignore this. Go back, right? Yeah, let's go back and we'll just go to this one. All right. I mean, your copyright laws have been lobbied into such bad state by music, color, Disney shit that you can only use the stuff after 70 years from the death of a person that's copyrighted. Copyright, I mean, copyright something he lives to 130 to 200 years of copyright. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think. On one hand, copywriting is like, important, right? You don't want your stuff to essentially be ripped off. But then on the other hand, you're right, to have to wait that long before you can use like some creative art is a bit crazy for sure. But to that point though, right? That also attests to like the limitations of of the whole lobbying thing. Because if I'm not mistaken, right, Disney, right, whatchamacallit hit the public domain. Was it last year or the year before, right? The old school Mickey Mouse, right? That hit public domain. And the thing is that Disney was only able to successfully like lobby for like the law to be adjusted so they can hold the Mickey Mouse. But then after a while, it was just like this, like no. And so then like there's nothing they can do, and then Mickey Mouse, that the old school version of Mickey Mouse hit the public domain. So like, and that's what I mean. Like, lobbying directly is like becoming less and less of an actual like contributing factor here. Don't want to go this way. No, it would make sense to go this way. Want to increase my level. Yeah, let's finish this segment up.
Who you take money from. They're right when they say, I don't know where the money came from, all this other stuff. But when someone's giving you $100K a week for an episode, you can't look the other way. You have to go a little bit deeper to say, hey,
I don't know.
What's the reasoning behind this? That's the only thing I'm saying. You got to do a little bit more research when you're going through that. But we'll see what happened. Dan had a very, very good point on what he was talking about. All right, while we're on it, Candace Owens suspended from YouTube over Kanye West interview. This is, which story are we reading from here, Rob? That's the Mediaite story. She blames Zionists, says Mediaite. Let's see what they're saying here. All right. So Candace Owens announced she was suspended from YouTube for a week after interview with Kanye West, which YouTube removed for violating hate speech policies by promoting anti-Semitic claims, specifically that Jewish people control the media. Owens blamed the suspension of Zionists, stating their tactics never change. Owens revealed that YouTube also demonetized her account, which has 2.4 million followers, and received 3 back-to-back content hits within minutes. She asserted, we all know who exactly is behind this and why, again, appear to blame the Zionists. Owens has a history of controversial statements, including defending Nick Fuentes, praising criticism of Jews and Biden's administration, claiming that allies caused more damage than the Nazis during World War II. Tom, thoughts on the story?
Well, this is my son. He started StoryWorth so I could share my stories with my grandchildren.
But I was also surprised by how much I learned about him.
And it's what
let's see. It's important, but your Constitution says that Senate can grant protections to reinforcement the progress of science and technology. But now that you can take ownership of something for hundreds of years, does that promote progress? This reminds me. There was a segment regarding what was it? It has something to do with medication, like with like government funded research that then produces a medication and stuff, and then like the company gets to be able to patent it and charge whatever they want and basically profit off of the government research. To me, that sounds really shady. But like, I have a whole separate bucket regarding just the whole entire healthcare structure of the planet over here that I'm not even gonna really attest to. But yeah, like in the end, like the U.S. is like so ingrained on the capitalism side that it's just, I mean, it is what it is. I don't know, drunk missing terms. LOL. Okay, let me see, where do I want to go here? Yeah, do I want Jesus Christ here. Excuse me. Damn, I don't know which one. I guess I go do I want to go to the fight or do I want to upgrade? I feel like I should get more passives. I should probably prioritize passives more than anything. I feel like I'm gonna need more passives. All right.
You got to be so careful these days.
No, actually, I'm not interested in the Candace Owens stuff. Like, she's just Candace Owens. I don't even know if you know her, but she's eventually just gonna fade out. It's just go to sleep. Yeah, we're about to, right? I'm literally going. I'm like two hops away from clearing this floor, and then we're gonna stop here. Go to sleep. I'll go to the store. What you picking up for the store? You picking up more beer? Is it the Hold on. Can I remember the name? Ella Gork. I don't remember the name no more. I gotta find it. Bro, there's so much messages. Hold on. What's the beer? What's the beer called? Finland. Here we go. And it is called I was close. Cork. Cork. I think it's what it's called there. Okay, I want you to die first. So let's do this, and I'll do that. All right, let me go back to the top. Yeah, what are you getting from the store? Don't worry, we're like literally like less than 5 minutes away from wrapping up our stream here. Cool, you're dead. Okay, yeah, so I made the right choice. My characters look to be very strong. I was able to kill them all just on the counterattacks alone. Beer and some food. Quick question, right? Like if I go to Italy, right, they would say it would be like spaghetti, maybe pizza. If I was America, would be, you would say like burgers, maybe fries. If I was to go to like a Muslim country, like maybe like Egypt or something, right, there'd be like the naan bread, maybe, I guess, but that might apply to like other places. Jamaica would be like jerk food, like jerk chicken or something. If I was to go to Finland, what would you say would be like Finland's like country dish? I guess would be the best way I can kind of describe that. This is just a revive, right? Nobody's dead, so I could just go here. All right, and we should now clear the floor, unless this is a boss. Is this a boss? Boss battle. Yes, it is. Okay. Mostly fish and reindeer. You guys have reindeer on that island? On Finland? I said island, sorry. On this like continent here? I mean, it is close to the northy area there, so it's probably cold. It's probably cold over there, I'd imagine. All right, boss fight, and then we're done. Let me do this, and this. See how well this works. Oh yeah, so you don't even get the status effect. Oh, but she puts a shockwave on it, and it can be applied regardless. I'm so happy I got her on the second try, on the second draw. I was able to get her. Bro, this is amazing. Bro, the luck. Our pizza chain has 3 different reindeer toppings? Reindeer toppings on pizza? Jesus. Is there a particular name though for like your fish or reindeer? So like, I mean, those are like, I guess technically meats. Is there a particular dish name that comes to mind for the stuff? Oh no, this is definitely not good. Okay. Let me think about this. How I'm gonna do this, 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 I'm gonna do this. I guess I will go like this. Okay, and hopefully on those counterattacks I'm able to kill. We'll see. Just skip it. I don't wanna. Oh, it killed her? Oh, that's not good. I knew it. Okay, let me think about this. Bro, that's crazy that they killed her. I don't have a card from you because you would have been able to take that stuff off. Okay. I'm going to do this, right? Yes. Or better yet, I might be better off nuking these cards here. So that way I can hopefully get a card from you that would get my thingy off. That get like my status effects off. Okay. Let's see how this works. Porong is the main traditional reindeer dish. It I don't want to say it sounds good, but it does definitely sound interesting. Let's take this. First off, pronounce. Oh, look, see, Google already knows. I want to start with the pronunciations. How to pronounce this word? Profitable? Or is this just an ad? This is just an ad. Okay. It's pointless. Oh.
Poronkaristys.
Poronkaristys. Poronkaristys.
Poronkaristys.
Poronkaristys. Poronkaristys. Poronkaristys. Poronkaristys. Poronkaristys.
Poronkaristys.
Poronkaristis.
Poronkaristes.
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 Poronkaristus.
Poronkaristis. I don't know. I like this one better.
Poronkaristes.
Poronkaristis. Okay.
Poronkaristus.
Poronkaristis. Okay. This is definitely difficult. This is hard. Poronkaristis. Poronkaristis. All right. We are done with this floor. Let me grab some of these items here. And can I go to the store? Can I go to the store? Nah, look, I'll worry about that another time. But we're done. Oh, that's cool. They kind of redesigned this too. See, it's been a while since I played this. Bro, I still can't believe we got this woman on the first, like on this, literally on the second try. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Hold on. I just want to take a look at her before I close it out. And I'll put her up in the, oh, you know, she's at the bottom because she's not upgraded yet. Yeah, she's like right here. Right here. Here we go. Bam. Oh yeah, shoot. I gotta work towards getting her thing. Damn. Oh, and I only got 2 days to grind for it. No. Increase all allies' basic stat by 3% for each shock or shock effect on enemies up to 12%. Bro, this is about to be like the terrible grind. But we'll do it later. We will do it later. But with that being said, all right, it's time for us to like wrap up, guys. Oh my God, I'm tired. I'm gonna find something to snack on, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. They say you shouldn't do that, but hey, it is what it is. It's weird for you Americans because it has lingonberry jam in it. Lingonberry. What is that? Oh yeah, see, I got distracted with the pronunciations. I wanted to actually look at the dish. Go back. Hold on. Stop it. Show results in English. Eating Rudolph. You can look at finish this. Poronkaristis. Ooh, that looks like it would be good looking. Okay, stop it. Okay, this doesn't help that I'm hungry, but let me see. This must be what it looked like right here. It look like potatoes. It look like meat. Those these berries here. These berries look good though. Oh man, I wonder what kind of berries these are. Some garnish. Okay. And then it's surrounded by like a type of sauce. Definitely not gravy. I could tell this is something of like much more oomph and quality here. I could tell it could definitely be an experience. Let me see, what is this berry thing you speaking of? Lingonberry. Oh, so that was the berry things, the lingonberries. Lingonberries, what are they? Mountain cranberry or cowberry is a small evergreen shrub in a healthy family. Ooh, I like cranberries. So if they're similar to those, that'd be interesting. Man, that looks really good. All right, I'm hungry now. But with that being said though, shoveling ashes. Thank you so much for joining, and for everybody else that was also joining by. I was keeping track of everybody that was popping by and like some of the other stuff on YouTube and Kick. Thank you all for looking through. We were struggle streaming for quite a bit starting off, but it looks like we should be good to now pick back up our regular schedule, because we try to stream Thursdays to Sunday at least, but we'll see what happens, right? Hopefully my system doesn't crap up on me anymore, and then hopefully I can like earn enough money or save enough money if I can stop wasting it and actually buy me some better systems so I can actually like be able to do a lot more with what I'm trying to do. Right now, all this stream, everything I was just doing, all of this is actually off of my laptop. My laptop is doing all the streaming. So yeah, it is a very nice beefy laptop, but we are going to need to actually get a desktop specifically for it. when we're not using our other desktop for other stuff like gaming. So with that being said, I appreciate you all. Thank you, Shoveling Ashes, especially because you huge wealth of knowledge. I really appreciate it, especially like the beer. You know, now I have a cool beer that if I ever go to Finland, that'll be one of the first things I try. Or if I happen to go to a country where they happen to sell it, it's going to be somewhere in the back of my mind where I will be naturally drawn to it when I see the name. Okay. But if I ever go to Finland, now I know porn karistis will be the dish that I will definitely be the first thing to try. So thank you. And thank you all. But now it's time for me to go ahead and go to sleep. So you guys take care.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.